guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The last thing they're going to be doing right now, for a period of time at least, is nuclear. They've had it.
President Trump is pushing back on claims Iran moved its uranium stockpiles ahead of U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities.
During an interview with Fox News Sunday Morning Futures, Trump said it would have been difficult for Iran to transport its enriched uranium out of the site struck by American bunker buster bombs last week.
It's a very hard thing to do. Plus, we didn't give them much notice because they didn't know we were coming until just, then. And nobody thought we'd go after that site because everybody said that site is impenetrable.
Trump's comments come as his administration denies reports that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months as a result of the recent strikes. I'm Jim Forbes.
Elon Musk is calling President Trump's massive spending bill utterly insane and destructive.
The tech billionaire had been critical of the bill in the past and slammed it again Saturday in a post on X where he said it will, quote, destroy millions of jobs in America and cause immense strategic harm to our country. The Senate version of the spending package would reduce Medicaid and food benefits, cut taxes, and increase military spending. On Saturday night, lawmakers voted to advance the bill, which will now be debated on the Senate floor. I'm Jim Forbes.
The judge is expected to give instructions to the jury on Monday in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking case.
The defense for Combs says he's on trial for his lifestyle and not a real crime. Combs' attorneys delivered their closing arguments on Friday. Thursday, a federal prosecutor told the jury that Combs used violence, power, and fear to control his victims. Chloe Malas with more on the jury's considerations.
There are 5 charges, including RICO, claiming organized crime, which could carry the most complicated sentence. It could be life in prison for him. So there's so much data. There's been over 7 weeks of testimony, and it's a lot for these jurors to sift through.
I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
I think the overwhelming amount of data shows that on this one, this is tax cuts for the wealthiest to end up cutting health care.
Democrats are taking aim at President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Democratic Senator Mark Warner shared his thoughts about the legislation on CNN's State of the Union.
All these cuts, all this cutback on health care, provide the wealthiest in our country a disproportionate share of tax cuts. That just doesn't seem fair. And the more we can get that out, I think this will be a political albatross.
The Virginia senator warned the bill will cut health care for millions of Americans. The legislation advanced by a slim margin in the Senate on Saturday night, with 2 Republicans joining Democrats in voting against it. Republicans could only afford to lose 3 votes. France has banned smoking on beaches, parks, public gardens, and shelters.
The announcement was published in the official government gazette on Saturday. The ban also includes no smoking outside of libraries, swimming pools, and schools, and hopes to protect children from passive smoking. It did not mention e-cigarettes. Violators of the ban will be hit with a fine of €135 or nearly $160. I'm Lisa Carton.
2 earthquakes shook opposite sides of Southern California.
And no damage or injuries have been reported after 2 small earthquakes shook opposite sides of Central California. A 3.1 magnitude quake happened Saturday night around 7:30 p.m. in the area of Juan Bautista in San Benito County. Then 3 minutes later, a shaker with a magnitude of 4.6 shook near Deep Springs in Inyo County. Officials say the 2 earthquakes happened along different fault lines.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Under the dark night on the interstate, under the 100 miles in the pouring rain, these are worth all the time I've spent away. Under the dark night on the interstate, I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
All right, just like that, we will close out the weekend. All right, ready or not, we're kicking off that final day of June. And double check there. Yeah, we got 30th day of June for 2025. Shall we kick off Independence Week? That sounds good. Independence Day coming our way Friday. All right, so for a lot of folks, maybe a short work week or shorter work week. Tank chimed in here a few moments ago. He's getting this short week started. All right, yes, indeed. Ready or not, here we go. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. A cloudy night outside the secret bunker. There is some rain in the forecast here in southwest Ohio. Yeah, we had seen some stronger storms between Cincinnati and Louisville. Cincinnati, Lexington, kind of a rainy run. They're in northern Kentucky tonight. It looks like they're losing out on intensity. Yeah, we are not seeing any warned cells there, but yeah, they tell us we could see several rainy days ahead as we get the new week underway. And indeed, that will be the case for many people. Impacting and slowing down travels for the millions that'll be hitting the highways, over the hills, through the woods. Whether it's off to the beach, off to the mountains, camping, big week. Campgrounds are going to be packed around the country. So we'll start with a look at our travelers' weather. Rounds of severe thunderstorms, some of them packing strong winds, hail. Flooding concerns, focusing on the central and eastern states, as so often the case has been in recent weeks and months. The hot, humid air across the central and east clashing with an advancing cool boundary early this week, causing some of those storms to erupt, some of which will indeed turn severe. Yeah, the risk for severe storms extended through parts of the high plains, stretching from northeast New Mexico to eastern Wyoming, and parts of the Midwest from Wisconsin to Illinois, for portions of northern Kansas, southern Nebraska to central Iowa, on into central portions of Wisconsin. A zone where there'll be a moderate risk of stronger storms. Here as we kick off the new week, Monday, there's going to actually be two separate zones of severe weather. First, focusing on the Midwest and the Mid-Atlantic, from central Missouri to, say, western portions of Virginia, central Pennsylvania, as that cool front advances to the south and east. Flooding downpours, hail, localized damaging wind gust, all possible in any thunderstorm Monday afternoon on into Monday evening. The second area focuses on areas further west, portions of the southwest and southern plains, again from New Mexico and parts of Colorado into Oklahoma and northern Texas. There will be a smaller area stretching along the Red River across northern Texas into southern Oklahoma, where a higher concentration of severe thunderstorms may erupt there. So with these storms, Monday afternoon, Monday night, flash flooding, hail, damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. As we look toward Tuesday, looks like storms will focus across a dozen states across the eastern U.S. as that cool front moves toward the east coast. Thunderstorms from North Carolina to western Massachusetts and western Connecticut could be strong or severe Tuesday afternoon into the evening hours. Flooding, downpours, hail, damaging winds, the primary threats. These storms are going to slow down the evening commute along parts of the I-95 corridor, including folks from New York City to Philadelphia and Washington, D.C. Yeah, the worst of the storms may focus on a corridor from southeastern Pennsylvania to northeastern Virginia. So we kick off the new week here, summertime, your general, for the most part, garden variety thunderstorms, which always have the possibility of turning severe. Meanwhile, as the week progresses, and again, many will be headed to the beaches, the Gulf Coast, the eastern seaboard, going to be keeping a close eye on possible tropical development, especially right there in time for the weekend. Yeah, we'll break that down for you coming up here momentarily. And as far as last week's massive heat wave that enveloped so much of the country, we're not seeing nearly just a very concentrated area of even heat advisories as we get the new week started. And that pretty much extends through the eastern half of Arkansas to western portions of Mississippi and southwestern Tennessee. The Memphis area is still under heat advisories as we get the new week started here. But overall, the big picture tonight, as I look at scattered shower and thunderstorm activity, we see some of those storms eastern South Dakota, central and western Nebraska again, eastern Colorado, down into portions of Texas, another concentrated area, and south central and southeastern Kansas over into the adjoining north central and northeast Oklahoma. Some of those are dropping some pretty torrential rains. More scattered showers in the southeast, even there in the Sunshine State. Seeing some shower activity down from, say, Fort Lauderdale. On the western side, Tampa areas northward up into the Big Bend area tonight. So welcome aboard. Hope you had a good weekend. What's on tap as we roll into the Independence Day week? As I said, many will be heading out, traveling around the country. 60-some million will be hitting the roads. 70-plus million will be traveling some form or fashion between now and next Monday. Busy travel time. Hello to Philly, Dan. It is that time. Hope everybody had a great weekend. You as well. Marianne checking in. There's Larry. Good afternoon. Hammer down and be safe, drivers. The Chicago feeder on board. Hello. Crazy Ray checking in. West Michigan. Checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 77 at this hour. Mostly clear skies tonight. But, yeah, that's a warm, muggy evening. All right, Tack, as I said, good morning, Steve. Happy Monday. Let's get this short week over with. 77, little rain here in Bartlett, Tennessee. Yeah, we're heading on into Memphis to get us set and head out west once again. Everybody, truck safe there. There's Brett checking in from the Mile High City, 72 degrees. Did some hiking over the weekend. This is going to be a 3-night work week for me. Planning on driving southwest and doing some big hikes. Hope everybody had a great weekend. So ridiculous about firefighters being shot on in Idaho this past day. What is wrong with people? I mean, they're going in to try to help people, then get ambushed. That is kind of a breaking, developing story, still unfolding. At last check, the shooter or shooters, they don't know how many, are apparently still active. We'll give you what we have there in Idaho. 2 firefighters have been killed thus far that we're aware of. Again, a fluid situation. Hello, Rubber Duck. Home sweet home for me, but we're loaded for Chicago in the morning. I'm watching via YouTube here as we get things started tonight. Chad says, hello, Steve Summers, checking in from up here in Hardin County. Man, this Ohio weather with the pop-up storms, it's kind of nuts this year. All right, everyone out there tonight, be safe traveling there. Hello, buddy, 76 here in Hartford County, Maryland. We celebrated the son's birthday tonight with the family. Crab cakes, some 30 crab cakes. Hope everybody had a good weekend there. Tony checks in. Hello, Steve, the entire Hotshot Nation from southeast Illinois along the banks of the Ohio River. Drive safe, be safe, and make it home safely. Jeffrey checking in there from Florida. Good morning, Steve, the overnight family. Hello, Double R, who says, hello, brother. Hope everything's being safe tonight. Well, tomorrow's the day. Getting the heart cath taken care of. We had a young 18-year-old go off the road in front of us. He's fine, thank the Lord. We stayed with him until his parents showed up. Young people, please be safe out there. Hello, Senor Heatwave. Good morning from the Hacienda in New Mexico. Getting ready for next week's exciting adventures in team driving. Hello, Steve. The right-wing nut said he'd be in around noon Wednesday to stake out where he's going to pinch his pump tent. Pretty excited about the upcoming 4th of July party at the Summers compound there. Yes, indeed. And hello to Kevin. Good morning, Steve, the overnight crew. As we get things underway, we may hear a voice from the past. I'm thinking it's probably been about a year since we last heard from our old friend Bourbon Street Gary. He'll give us an update. And maybe, I'm not sure, the Captain Ron impersonator here on a Monday. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more. All backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, kicking off a brand new day. Welcome into the greatest day of the week, as some say. Bourbon Street Gary, how the heck are you?
Hi. How you doing, brother? How are you and the princess doing? I hope you're all doing well.
Oh, we're plugging away, we'll say. Princess hasn't been feeling real well. I hadn't said anything about it, but she's been dealing with the shingles. Oh, fun.
Ooh.
Yep.
Oh, I've heard that's horrible.
Yep.
But hey, long time no talk.
It's about a year.
Has it really been a year? I guess it has.
Maybe two. I'm looking here. I mean, according to the screen, it said last time you dialed up was July 31 of 23, 2 years ago.
Oh, well, yes, I got this new job, manager position. So, I'm staying up late tonight, just wanting to call and wanting to check in with you because, I miss y'all. I do miss, honestly, I'm home every day now, but I just miss hearing you at night, you guys at night, you and all the crowd, all the whatever, the people.
All the cartoon characters. So are you still
Oh, yeah, there you go.
You still hauling the auto parts for Ford, or no, you're doing the manager thing.
Yeah, my drivers are hauling the auto parts, so I'm a terminal manager now.
Okay.
So.
Wow.
Yep. It's a different change from being on the road, but it's all working out. It's great.
So how's Miss Becky?
Until they call in.
Is Miss Becky retired yet?
She's still. Oh no, she's still running.
Still running.
Yeah, she's still working.
Okay.
She's my go-to gal. When somebody calls in sick, I can always make her work.
There you go.
What I mean?
Right.
Not necessarily make her work, but she'll go do it.
Yeah,
No,
right.
everything's good.
I hear you.
How's everything going with the family?
Everybody
Everything
else,
good?
everybody doing all right. Yes, Steven's finally back to work. He was off nearly a year with that. He tore the knee, so he had to have the knee surgery thing. But yeah, he's back out there. The dog's doing well. Everybody, I guess.
Seen pictures on Facebook. Yep,
I posted that yesterday. Yeah, that picture. I guess that picture's a year and a half or so old, but I was scrolling through and I said, he looks good, doesn't he?
Yep.
In the
Yep. I respect him. He's him and his partner there. That'd be his partner.
Correct.
Yep. So no, everything's going good. I don't get to listen. That's the only downside. I don't get to listen.
Right. So do they shut? A lot of the auto parts stuff. The auto operations. Do they not kind of shut down for a week or whatever during the 4th of July time?
We're off this week.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep, we're off. We're off for this week.
So that's how you can stay up late tonight. Yeah, I thought a lot of the auto parts, they do like the summer maintenance and whatnot, so they run on a skeleton crew.
Yep, that's when they change over. I think what they're doing is change over next year. Next model year. I guess.
Okay. Yep.
Now my Nissan drivers, they're off for 2 weeks. Nissan takes 2 weeks shut down, where Ford takes 1.
Well,
I just sit in the office and deal with it.
Yep.
Oh, it's different than truck driving, I'll tell you that.
Okay. Well, it's great to hear from you, Bourbon Street Gary. Tell Becky we all said hello. Maybe we'll see you again one of these days. One of these days.
Yeah, we got to. Just, yeah, we got to make it a point to either come visit or go on the cruise.
Yeah, there you go. All right. Well,
you guys are friends, and you all enjoy your 4th. Hey, don't blow yourself up with fireworks. You get a little crazy.
The older I get, the safer I get. I think. I've done some stupid things over the years, but. Yeah, your lessons learned. I've never burned any homes down or anything. Thank goodness. All right, have a safe 4th of July. Enjoy a few days off there, Gary. Good to hear from you. All righty, looking at 25 past the hour. Who the Captain Ron impersonator? Not to be confused with the wannabe Charlie Farquharson.
No, this is the Captain Ron imposter. Imposter, not impersonator.
Okay. I'm sorry.
We don't try to emulate the other voices there and make it sound like we're somebody we're not. Just say, hey, so anyways, he wanted me to pass the word along there, saying that Monday's there. He doesn't believe they're the greatest day of the week there. He's just trying to put on a show to see if he can get everybody all worked up on a Monday morning.
Yeah.
He thinks Friday's the greatest day of the week there. So, it's, anyways. But no, he sent me a message there. I guess I forwarded it on to you, so I'll let you do all the reading on the air what it was there. But he did get to try a drug called Dilaudid. And if you ever get a chance to be in the hospital and you have pain, just skip the morphine. Don't even, when they offer you morphine, say, nah, that's the morphine. That's just for wusses. He said, give me the Dilaudid, because Dilaudid is the narcotic of choice when you're in the hospital. Let me tell you.
Okay.
There's nothing better than Dilaudid, because whatever you were feeling, you will not be feeling for very long, because at least everybody's body does react different, so there is a possibility that might not work perfectly for everybody, but but for the most part, the Dilaudid is the drug of choice. But anyway, so I'll let you go on there, I guess, after the break. Let everybody know what's going on with him, and he did say he's supposed to be back out tomorrow night there, depending on what the next test result is there.
Okay.
So we'll leave that for the teaser for the after the news break. But anyways, I don't know. your weather report sounded kind of different than ours there, so thought we had a chance for some rain tonight, but it doesn't look like it's going to develop unless something happens here in the next little bit, but we can still see some moon and stars. And then anyways, we got, there are a couple hot days. We got, mid-90s, low to mid-90s for the next couple days, and next couple days in the afternoon, the early evenings there. Very, very much unsettled atmosphere, and Monday's not supposed to be as severe as Tuesday, but boy, hang on to your bloomers on Tuesday by the looks of it. But then we're supposed to have dry all the way through into the following weekend, all the way into the 5th and 6th. So I don't know. You were saying something about rain through the week, but I don't know. We just got what we saw was Monday and Tuesday, but hey, we'll hang on and see what you can do after the break there.
All right, there you go. Very good. And it is 844-844-3388. Yeah, I'm glad he clarified that. When I first got the email, I thought this was horse feathers that was having issues. So no wonder Captain Ron wasn't on the line to officially kick off the greatest day of the week. But yeah, we'll break that down for you coming up here. And the latest with what's going on there in the state of Idaho, firefighters coming under fire, snipers out there on the loose tonight. Lots to cover. Again, hope you had a good weekend, though. It is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Holiday travel not off to a good start as severe weather caused hundreds of flights to be delayed or canceled in and out of Atlanta yesterday, the same expected today and possibly into next week. TikTok on the clock once again. The president says this time he has a buyer in place. He won't say who it is. The president has extended the deadline to sell the company from Chinese ownership several times. Big-time gambling one step closer to becoming a thing in the Big Apple. Final bids now into New York State from 8 finalists who hope to land one of 3 casino licenses in the New York City area. Meanwhile, on the West Coast, fire season has officially begun in California. A fast-moving brush fire in the San Bernardino Mountains continuing to burn. The fire started on Saturday and it's now grown to over 500 acres. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old-school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All righty, underway. Get the new week started here. Right on cue, some rumbles of thunder. Little rain falling outside the secret bunker. With some heavier thunderstorms in our forecast. So, all right, here's the message that got passed my way in regards to Cap and Ron. I guess he forwarded this to Horse Feathers to get it to me. He said, "You'll have to let them know it's the greatest day of the week. I had to go to the ER last night. Bad headaches, dizzy, blurred vision. Muscle pain, leg cramps. I was eating Tylenol 500 milligram like candy, and it wasn't helping. They did a CAT scan. Didn't find anything. No surprise, right? Gave me morphine, something called Dilaudid, something like that. I don't remember what else, but then they sent me home. Now, since they didn't find anything on the cat, they do want to do an MRI with a neurologist evaluation. All right, so there you go. Hope all's well with Captain Ron. I don't know. It's what gives you those kind of symptoms? I'm assuming they probably checked him for COVID, right? That's the first thing they always. And they check everybody for COVID these days, don't they?
I think that's still the first procedure there when you walk in the door. They ask you if you have a fever, feel like you have a fever, been out of the country, associated with anybody out of the country, and take your temperature. And then, if you claim you have any symptoms of anything, then they send that swab up your nose there to rub your brain or something.
Yeah.
But it's almost as annoying as getting 2 shots. I'm not saying what 2 shots that you should get, but I know the princess hates needles. I don't know.
Shingles. Shingles.
The 2 shots aren't as bad. I hate to say it, but so I won't tell anybody what to do. I never have. I mean, I have my opinions, and I really don't try to push my opinions onto people. I push my opinions of what I believe onto people pretty hard, but But you can take from that and do what you want. But
all I know is she says She says I don't want it.
Yeah, I'll tell you that right now. And the one thing I'll go back to is my friend that I went to school with there. He almost lost an eye because he got the infection, the rash on his face, and it got around his eyes and got into his eyes, and he almost lost vision in one eye because of it. So it's nothing to play with. It's not, it sounds like, hey, it's the adult chicken pox. So it can be a lot worse. So if you want to take the precaution, it's 2 shots. They're like 2 weeks apart, and it was the same thing that I had with a couple other vaccinations that kind of felt like crap the next day. But I don't know. It's just I've done it. I survived it.
Yep.
And they say you're not supposed to get the shingles because of that. So take from that what you want. But from what I've been told and from what I've witnessed, it's nothing to mess around with. So anyways, Your Honor, when are you going to get your shots? Anyway. We wish the best to Captain Ron. I hope, maybe the MRI, maybe that'll come up. Well, maybe they still won't find nothing. They can keep scanning him all they want. You think they'll find something that they scan him? I don't know, Your Honor. So, guy thinks Monday's the greatest day of the week. What do you expect?
I don't know that they'll find a brain. You think they'll find a brain?
I have to. Maybe they'll give him a new job as a scarecrow or something. I don't know.
There you go.
But anyways, there. So wish him all the best. Wish Double R all the best. They're going to do another stent, huh? So, did he say whether they're going in through the wrist or up through the groin?
He did not mention. I think they prep you for both, right? Just in case if they can't get in.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah.
Yep. So if something, if they do the wrist and they have an issue, they're all set to go the other way. So that'll be a fun day procedure. So hopefully Anita will be there to drive him home after he comes out of that kind of general anesthetic there, because that's not really a full put you to sleep procedure. They kind of keep you
twilight.
They keep you more awake in that than they do than they do even a colonoscopy. I mean, you can. As I say, the last one I did, the last heart cath I did, I was sitting there watching the TV screen with the wire and all that going through all the different arteries and veins and stuff, and it's like, well, that's interesting. And but the really crazy thing is I was actually feeling it, and then I could actually watch it on the screen and see exactly where it was. But I knew where it was because I could feel it, because I don't know, it was kind of crazy. But I don't know. I've always kind of liked that medical type stuff. I used to watch St. Elsewhere, Your Honor. That's where I got all my medical information from, was Emergency and St. Elsewhere. So go with that. But anyways, there. So what else we got going here? So we're watching. I don't know if we were watching the news or one of those other shows that comes on after the news. There, the edition of Inside or whatever that is there, and those types of shows. And so they get talking about this cruise ship that's had this issue. It was a Carnival ship and lost power, and of course lost stabilization when it lost power, and seemed to have water and gray water and black water, and I don't know, just poop, Your Honor, running all over the place, up and down the halls. Remember, and they're talking about this like it's something brand new, and I'm like, to the wife, I'm like, did something happen that I missed? And they're like, then they come on and say, well, it was in 2012 or 2013, and it was this Carnival ship, and anyways, Carnival took the ship and took it into dry dock and stripped it and put it all back together, and it's the Sunrise now, I believe. I forget what the name of the ship was.
I believe
I believe it's the Carnival Sunrise.
So I guess Netflix did I guess this is a Netflix documentary or something that just came out. But when I came across that last week, I was the same as you. I'm looking at the story and I'm thinking, did this just happen? It's like, because I missed something, and it's 10 plus years ago.
Exactly. I'm like, well, what is? And then they're like, yeah, we have to have a documentary about a ship that had poop floating in the hallways.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they weren't Baby Ruth bars. Not like well, was it Porky's or Caddyshack or which one of that movies was it? There?
Yeah, Caddyshack, the Baby Ruth.
Let Baby Ruth go in the swimming pool. But anyways, I don't know. How do we digress to this, Your Honor? Because I will say that this might be like a casual Monday because I think Friday we forgot to do something, but we could do this morning and say, hey, Becky, what day is it? What day is it, Becky? Because Becky's out here doing her usual thing tonight. So maybe she'll call in here and explain what the heck she's doing out here, supposedly on the greatest day of the week.
Yeah, on a holiday week, no less. Well, she did say the grocery drivers, they don't really get a holiday. Everybody wants their groceries.
They don't get
every
holidays.
day.
Yep. Something about people want to eat, Your Honor. I haven't figured that out yet. It just seems like they go there. So, but anyways, I don't know. What else could we have for you? But yeah, the drug of choice, the word of the day, the drug of choice is Dilaudid. Dilaudid is the drug of choice. And hey, I guess with that, we're going to go out here and go park somewhere for a couple hours and wait for a 4 o'clock load time because we already snuck one in already. So we're going to take a little rest break, and we'll see what you can come up and dig up with for the rest of the show. And me being off last Tuesday there, I finally got around to Saturday morning. I had to run a load all the way up to northern PA, so I found out how to go back into the app and pull up the previously played shows. So I found last Tuesday's show, got to listen to it, and all the emails you got. I think everybody commented in the correct position there of it was a good show, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So we got to hear Tuesday's show there with the Monkey Gouger and all the calls in and all that. So congratulations to him on that and his new position of being. Hey, is he the new George Jetson now of the previous trucking industry? Because he's going to sit back at a desk and just push a button. I don't know. All right, Your Honor. You take that and run.
There you go. Safe travels. He's going to sneak a nap in the way it sounds here. All right. There's another voice from the past. Table scraps. Hey, Steve Summers. Haven't talked in a while. I'm actually just chilling in Nashville tonight, all jacked up on Mountain Dew. Can't sleep. Keep on keeping on. All right. Hope all's going well with your table scraps. Good to hear from you. Hello to John, Mr. Taylor. 85 degrees on the confluence of the 98, 80, 70, and 5. Godspeed to you and your followers. All right, let's see. Rubber Duck. Dude, I'm from Overly now in Indiana. Let's see. Missing in a kind of crab. Happy birthday to your son, and go O's and Ravens. All right, Rubber Duck, I'll get a full explanation on that here. Hello to Gary. Mark on board. Steve, wish you well, and thanks for taking time to keep us informed on all the latest developments, news, and weather. You got it? Bill checks in here. Morning, Steve. 67 degrees, a humid night, clear at the moment. And at the home 20, Horicon, Wisconsin. Strange storms we had tonight. I was sitting at the house. I could hear the long rumbling. I guess that's what they reference as the rolling thunder. It went on and on for like 45 minutes. All right, all the drivers out there, have a great night and be safe. David, good evening. Checking in from Clearwater, Florida tonight. Drinking a rum and Coke. Have a fantastic show. Are you off for the entire Independence Day week there? There's Bob in Michigan checking in here. Tulane Todd, good morning, Steve. Delivering some fresh chicken to a Walmart distribution center in Auburn, Indiana. And Pappy on board here. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour, plus a few. Greatest day of the week. That means somewhere deep beneath the earth crust is the Hot Shot Secret hidden bunker. Throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The Stiction Eliminator power mic is on. We're showing 77 degrees on the cruiser dash. Busy. So snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Let's get this week off with a bang. Very good. Here's what we know. At least 2 individuals believed to be first responders, firefighters, dead, and several others wounded after at least one shooter attacked first responders in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. What's being described as an ambush as of 7:30 p.m. this past evening. The shooter or shooters are believed to be active. Republican Idaho Governor Brad Little reported the dead individuals were believed again to be fire personnel, while the Idaho Tribune reported that 2 police officers were killed and 9 firefighters had been wounded. Neither outlet could confirm this. There seems to be a paucity of information regarding how many are injured or dead, or even how many shooters are involved. According to the county sheriff, Robert Norris, during a media briefing, he said, "We don't know if there's 1, 2, 3, or 4. We will neutralize this threat." He added that responders had reported bullets coming from different directions after responding to a brush fire on Canfield Mountain. First responders were attempting to put out a half-acre blaze that quickly reported that they were coming under what Norris described as rapid fire. Audio of the firefighters realizing the situation was an ambush over the radio quickly circulating via social media. According to the Spokane, Washington Spokesman Review, Northern Lakes Fire Chief Pat Riley confirmed that the responders had been felled by an ambush-style active shooter. Now, the fire started about 1:20 local time Sunday afternoon. The firefighters were shot at approximately 2 p.m. local time. This is going to likely be a multi-day operation. It's going to be a tough next couple of hours. I'm hoping somebody has a clear shot and is able to neutralize, because they're not, at this point in time, showing any evidence of wanting to surrender. He added the shooters were using modern-day sporting rifles and that the officers were actively taking sniper fire as of late afternoon. The county emergency management had advised people in the area to shelter in place. Given the situation, it's unclear how many first responders and or hikers or residents are still stuck or injured on the mountain, he says. Just after 4:15 in Coeur d'Alene, the FBI Director Dan Bongino, Deputy Director, announced that federal agents were being sent into the area to help out with local law enforcement. FBI assets are headed to the scene in Coeur d'Alene to provide tactical and operational support. It is an active scene, as he put it. 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Rubber Duck just posted, I guess he had an update. He said that shooter in Idaho has been killed. It came out about half hour ago, so that's breaking news once again. Thank you for the update. Now, as far as firefighters saying there were shots coming from more than one direction, are they still concerned there might be another out there? Hey, I'll try to get you the very latest, but thank you. Meanwhile, well, good morning, Knuckle Buster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. Well, we're into the new normal now. I drop Ziggy and my daughters, and I go to work. So, it is what it is. Ain't nothing I can do about it. So, I don't know what the news is. I know I got some bologna back there in the refrigerator, but that's all the bologna I got tonight. So, I've had a busy weekend there. We had a memorial service for Tennessee Saturday. Great service. Had a lot of great family members there, family and friends. So, well, I'm glad I ain't going east on 30. They got it shut down over there on road construction. So over here at Malvern, Arkansas, about the 100-yard line, looks like it's backing up pretty good there. So I don't expect them to have it backed up for too long there. Probably about 15 minutes or less, and they usually turn them loose there. So I think they're putting some steel I-beams over the road or something. So, but anyway, that's all I got for right now, Steve. I'll call back later on tonight at loneliest hour.
But you're on the...
I'm going to be up all night with you.
You're back on the road, indeed?
Oh, yeah. I'm on my way down to Cowtown, Fort Worth, Texas.
Okay.
So, ain't already made a set at the house. What am I going to do? Stare at four walls and Ziggy?
Yeah. Well, I appreciate. Thanks for the update. We've been thinking about you. We knew it was a busy week last week. So.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I got to pay the bills. The hospital bill, they'll be writing that thing off. So, I sent it to the house, but she's the one that signed herself in the hospital. So, but the insurance didn't pay. They'll be writing the rest of it off because I'm not obligated to pay it there since I didn't sign her in there, right? And got done talking to a lawyer anyway, so you know how that went. 3 weeks treating somebody for a stroke.
Yeah.
And it was cancer all along. And I'd be real leery about going to a hospital, especially around the Memphis area. I done found out the best place for me to go if I ever have trouble. Send me over to UAMS in Little Rock or Vanderbilt Hospital over in Nashville. So that's the only 2 places I'm going. Them damn idiots down there, they couldn't. They like I said, they done a CT scan, done MRIs, and Oh, you're having a stroke. You've had a stroke. And they didn't find nothing on Captain Ron. Huh. You ever read their diploma, Steve?
No.
Look on the bottom of your doctor's diploma there next time in his office there. It says the practice of medicine. They just practicing. They ain't really experts at nothing. So, all right. I'll get quiet before I really go to yelling at people. So, all right. Thanks. Have a good morning, Steve.
All
I'll
right.
call back later on that long list hour.
All right. It is a Monday. All right, so I'm looking at just some of the headlines. All right, Associated Press, less than an hour ago, man found dead, lockdown lifted in Idaho after 2 firefighters killed. The BBC, Idaho shooting, U.S. police end the shelter in place. Let's see. Suspected Idaho shooter dead, shelter in place lifted. That's all coming out over the past hour there in Idaho. We'll get a news break as we close out hour one. It's 844-844-3388.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Lindsey Graham says it's too early to tell if Iran has abandoned nuclear ambitions. While appearing on ABC's This Week, the South Carolina Republican said the focus remains on Iran's intentions.
But the question for the world, does the regime still desire to make a nuclear weapon? The answer is yes. Do they still desire to destroy Israel and come after us? The answer is yes.
The last thing Iran is thinking about is enriched uranium. The president has also maintained the nuclear program was obliterated. Reactions are pouring in after Elon Musk described President Trump's massive spending bill as utterly insane and destructive. Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin dismissed the tech billionaire's concerns on NBC's Meet the Press.
I respect Elon. I think he's right for his opinion, but he just doesn't know. And so I have to disregard that.
The Oklahoma senator added he's confident that the president's one big beautiful bill will continue to move forward. Jobs being lost to AI is not a concern to President Trump. He told Fox News he understands the need for emerging technology.
One thing, very simple, bring more companies and more jobs. You know, the truth is we don't have enough people to take care of these jobs.
The president insists that the job losses will be offset by more companies coming to the U.S. because his tariffs are leveling the playing field. 2 firefighters are dead and multiple have been shot after reportedly being ambushed while responding to a brush fire in Idaho. The firefighters were responding to a call in Coeur d'Alene.
We are prepared to neutralize this suspect who is currently actively shooting at public safety personnel. We are prepared to neutralize this suspect as quickly as possible.
Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris says an active shooter continues to fire at law enforcement with high-powered rifles. The group responded to a small brush fire that was starting to grow. That's when they were shot by an unknown person in the woods. Emergency management told people in the area to shelter in place and avoid the area. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
President Trump says TikTok has a buyer.
Very, very wealthy people. It's a group of very wealthy people.
Trump told Fox News a buyer is in place, but he won't say who it is at this time. The president has extended the deadline to sell the company from Chinese ownership multiple times. He says he'll have more to say about it in a couple of weeks. Congress forced the sale, fearing national security concerns over Chinese ownership. Many Wayne County, Michigan residents, including County Executive Warren Evans, are opposed to Wayne Disposal's effort to expand and accept nuclear waste from the Manhattan Project.
They've been cited 119 times since they've been in operation for hazardous material-related problems. 119 times? Are you kidding me?
EGLE Radioactive Materials Unit Supervisor Jay Paquette says they would evaluate the Manhattan Project waste if it meets the facility's acceptance criteria. Evans is asking EGLE to not allow the expansion or the nuclear waste to be placed there. John Summers, USA Radio News.
As the summer temperatures rise, health experts are warning parents and caretakers about the risks of heat stroke to children left inside vehicles.
Kids and Car Safety, which collects data on hot car deaths, says already this year 9 children have died after being left alone in cars in California, Florida, Louisiana, Maryland, New Mexico, New Jersey, and North Carolina. 5 of those deaths were in June. Last year, at least 39 children died after being left in hot cars. I'm Lisa Taylor.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish. With unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
as we close out the weekend from time zone to time zone, get a new week started. Final Monday in the month of June. As a matter of fact, the final day in the month of June. Wow. Yeah, July 1 is upon us, and we roll into Independence Day, Friday, July the 4th. At a time where the Atlantic and the Eastern Pacific are going to be entering an active stretch, according to AccuWeather's hurricane experts. Yeah, could be some potential impacts to parts of the southeastern USA during the holiday weekend. All right, the second named storm of the Atlantic hurricane season has formed over the Bay of Campeche. Yeah, average date for the second named storm is about July 17. Yeah, Tropical Storm Barry made landfall Sunday evening in Mexico, continues to move inland across northern Veracruz. Heavy rain occurring across portions of eastern Mexico, flooding, mudslides in the higher terrain. Barry will also bring some gusty winds near where it made landfall there in Mexico. All right, AccuWeather hurricane experts are monitoring an area along portions of the Gulf and the Atlantic coast for tropical development. Yeah, next weekend, a common area for development in early July. A cold front is going to dive off the coast late this week, and it may very well act as the catalyst for some development either in the eastern Gulf or off the southeast coast. Wind shear is expected to be fairly low. Warmer than average temperatures of the water in the Gulf can aid in development. Due to these factors, there's right now what they're describing is at least a low risk of development from, say, July 4 to July 7. So for those headed to the beaches for the holiday weekend, from northern Florida, the Alabama, the Mississippi panhandles to the Carolinas, being urged to monitor the forecast. There could be some rough surf, could be some strong rip currents, maybe some gusty winds, should a tropical depression or storm develop. Obviously, we'll be watching as the week progresses. Morning, Rubber Duck.
Good morning. You know, it's not just the greatest day of the week, it's the greatest week of the year, next to Christmas.
Yes, sir.
I can light fireworks off from the 28th to the 6th, up until, I think, 11 o'clock. Nobody will yell at me anyway. But, Knucklebuster, I am so sorry to hear of the loss of Miss Tennessee. We pray for you and your family, sir. And I know how hard it is to put the key in the door, to open that door, to get back in it and get back in it when you lose somebody. I can't imagine losing my best friend. I understand losing my parents, who were older, but I can't imagine what that man's going through right now. And we love him. He's one of the cartoon characters, as Bourbon Street Jerry would say, and the rest. So, Knucklebuster, we love you, buddy. And if you ever need anything, just shoot me a PM or get my number from the guys that have it, and man, I'll talk your ear off, because I can make friends with a squirrel in a parking lot. I'm telling you. Oh, that's sad. And then Coeur d'Alene, I saw it was Dan Bongino's page.
Okay.
That released that they had isolated the sniper. They did not say snipers, they said sniper.
Individual, so, okay.
Yeah. But out of everywhere I've been in America in my 40 years out here on the road, Coeur d'Alene is the most beautiful place that I've never been able to stop and explore. That lake, as you look off your left going towards Washington, that lake, that crater, or whatever, there has to be a meteor crater, I believe. It's just just beautiful, man. It's just amazing. Even as you're passing it at 65, 70 mile an hour, looking out the window, it puts something in you like, that's a place I need to go, and I need to stop. But so guess who made the local record company $200 today?
You yourself?
Yeah. So we bought a boat a while back at an auction. Put it in the water for the first time yesterday. Everything went good. We're going to go out today, and we're getting in position for the boat ramp, and I thought I was doing everything correctly. I've not had a boat or driven a boat since I was 16 years old. I'll be 60 in September, so we know how this is starting. Apparently, the hook come unhooked from the front of the boat. And as I was backing down the ramp, my rollers are really, really, really good. It decided it wanted to self-launch the boat.
Yeah.
Before it got in the water.
That's not good.
No, not when you're blocking one of two public boat ranches in town. Of course, I had some very rude, impatient people. I had some compassionate people, and I just immediately, about 2 seconds after it happened, I just said, "There's nothing I can do to get it back on the trailer by myself. Even if I try to hand crank it up, it's not going to pull it. It's too far over center. There's too much weight in the back. I don't need to tie the boat ramp up any more than I can." And I do have to say that my boys showed up within 45 minutes of hanging up the phone. And within an hour and 15 minutes, we had it back up on the trailer. Brought it home to make sure that I didn't put a hole in it or anything. And I'm going to sneak out of here in a minute, get this load delivered, because they open the gates at the auction at 4 in the morning. So I'm going to test them. I'm going to hit the gate at 4. I'm going to unload these cars. And hopefully that's it for the week. It might be.
Get an early start.
Because I don't have anything.
Then you'll be off. You must be lighting fireworks already, right?
Actually, I'm going to go enjoy the boat. I'm going to go. I am. I'm going to take the smile that was on their faces, the grandkids' faces yesterday, brought back every memory I ever had with my dad and his boats. And going to the lake. We went out to Deep Creek Lake, Maryland. Maryland, West Virginia, Pennsylvania border, Western Maryland, Southern PA. But it's a beautiful lake. It was Maryland's largest freshwater lake. I think horse peddlers can back that one up. Put a dam up there, but I enjoyed being out on the water. I got the boat back on the trailer, the third try. Yesterday, so we did good. But then the second try of putting the boat in the water, we decided to put the boat in the water on concrete. That wasn't good. But so I was sitting out here, and I was getting ready to say that the trains were kind of slow tonight, and then one came and parked in the backyard, and I got reefers running, humming out there, just a humming. I wonder what American product are we shipping to the East in a reefer? Is it American pork that's being sent to the ports to go to China to be sent back to us?
Yeah.
You literally have to ask yourself when you see these containers, what's in them. But other than that, it was a good NASCAR race Saturday night, I thought. They rang that siren. We got the number 9 car, Chase Elliott, in there, and it all had a special paint scheme driven by an 11-year-old little girl, cancer survivor, and it goes out to all our nurse friends that take care of us and nurse us back to health. On the front of the hood, it said nurse, and it had a kid's crayon drawing of a nurse.
Yeah.
And Buy one die cast this year to add to the collection. That's the car I'm looking tomorrow morning to try to find. that's the one I want to buy, because that'll help the Pediatric Cancer Foundation. And I'm with Knucklebuster about Vanderbilt. Ryder wouldn't be here if it wasn't for Vanderbilt. When Ryder was born, his lungs were underdeveloped because of mother's poor choices while she was pregnant. He went to Vanderbilt 6, 7 times, 3 times in the helicopter from Smyrna, and it was only 32 miles from Smyrna up to Vanderbilt. But he was that bad that when they transferred him, they had to fly him.
Mm-hmm.
And we never thought we would see this kid playing on a football field, baseball field, or basketball court. I really thought that he was, going to be somebody that maybe had to have an inhaler all the time or oxygen, just because of what had started with him. Those people at Vanderbilt Children's Hospital are the most amazing angels on this planet, because they healed that boy and they fixed him. And he's an amazing athlete. Yes, he still has an inhaler for when he does get short of breath, but it's not like it was.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the difference between big city healthcare at a university, at a hospital. I feel sorry for people that are in towns that don't have hospitals. I mean, I drive by towns where the hospital's closed up. And I can't imagine having an emergency and having to drive an hour away to a hospital in a vehicle, even in an ambulance. It's an hour to some of these, and that's rural America. That's the way. Unfortunately, it's half hour to the grocery store because everything closed up in your town. Well, your hospital couldn't stay in business either. So that stinks. And those are things that we need to be more concerned with than bailing countries out that don't care about us. We need to take care of our own people. Maybe lock the borders, but lock the bank too. Maybe that's what we need to do. Lock the bank account. Say no more. We're going to take care of our own. And that's about all I got. I tried. Get somebody better than me.
Hey, well, safe travels, and hopefully they'll be on schedule to get the new week started. Who's responsible for being up and at 'em and open the gates at 4 a.m. on a Monday morning? Yeah, good luck there. It's 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, under industry headlines, the word is the Trump administration is launching a nationwide audit of non-domiciled CDL holders. The effort to crack down on unqualified drivers who pose a potential safety hazard. If you listen to President Trump, it's America first. I want to put our American truck drivers first, and that means we look at what's happening with the non-domiciled CDLs. Part of a sweeping package of new pro-trucker initiatives and regulatory rollbacks that includes a $275 million grant for truck parking and the canceling of a rulemaking that would have limited top speeds for heavy-duty trucks, a.k.a. a speed limiter mandate. While the country sleeps, truckers grind through the night to help keep our shelves stocked, our families fed, our businesses humming. Sean Duffy, in a follow-up statement issued by the DOT, it's a job that requires grit and dedication, but for too long, Washington, D.C. has made work harder for truckers. Well, that ends today. Thanks to President Trump, we're getting Washington out of your trucks and your business. Starting with the non-domiciled CDLs, issued by a state to a person who's not a resident of that state, and typically applies to individuals from foreign countries, excluding Mexico and Canada, or to those whose state of domicile is prohibited from issuing a CDL. The DOT's audit, to be conducted through the Department of Transportation's FMCSA, responds to the directive issued by President Trump in April. This nationwide compliance review by the FMCSA of states issuing non-domiciled CDLs will examine state procedures for issuing non-domiciled CDLs to identify and stop any patterns of abuse and ensure federal standards are being met across the country. Now, the speed limiter rule withdrawal under the Biden administration, the FMCSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, as we know, had announced plans to resurrect a speed limiter rulemaking. Dating back to 2016, during the Obama administration, through an updated supplemental notice of proposed rulemaking. But the FMCSA's notice in April of 22, merely announcing its intentions to issue that, generated over 16,000 comments, mostly negative, mostly from owner-operators. As we have watched this schedule of publishing of the NPR delayed time and time again, with May of this year, the most recent date issued by the DOT's regulatory agenda, with the announcement Friday that rulemaking is now off the table. The FMCSA, the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, are withdrawing a joint rulemaking that proposed to require speed limiting devices on heavy vehicles. This decision respects the professionalism of drivers and acknowledges the proposed rulemaking lacked a sufficiently clear, compelling safety justification. Next on the list, regulatory relief and flexibility. Now, the electronic logging device exemption maintained. The DOT is committed to not extending the ELD mandate to pre-2000 model year trucks. There had been rumors of that. The commitment to address unlawful brokering. The FMCSA is renewing their focus on combating unlawful double brokering. Hours of service. All this came down again Friday. FMCSA is launching 2 new pilot programs to study increased flexibility in hours of service regulations, gathering data on whether giving drivers more control over your schedules might improve rest and enhance safety. Sleeper berth flexibility. This pilot will allow participating drivers to split their 10-hour off-duty period into more flexible combinations, including 6 and 4 and 5 and 5. The pilot will allow participating drivers to pause their 14-hour on-duty period for a period of no less than 30 minutes and no more than 3 hours. In other words, you're going to be able to maybe stop that blasted clock and take a nap if need be. Digital upgrades, refreshed driver resources webpage. The FMCSA's website now features a more user-friendly, mobile-friendly driver resource page with clear sections for truck and bus drivers to quickly find relevant information. We're going to be looking at a data queue system update, proposing revisions to the data queue's requirements for Motor Carrier Safety Assistance Program grant funding to ensure proper due process for drivers. The goal is to improve the impartiality, the timeliness, and fairness of the data review process. Let's see. Representatives of both owner-operators and major trucking firms praising the DOT for these changes. Todd Spencer says for years, truckers have urged Washington to address the severe shortage of truck parking, eliminate the dangers posed by speed limiters mandate, give drivers greater control over their hours of service. So, big news in the industry coming down. We'll return after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Holiday travel not off to a good start as severe weather caused hundreds of flights to be delayed or canceled in and out of Atlanta yesterday, the same expected today and possibly into next week. TikTok on the clock once again. The president says this time he has a buyer in place. He won't say who it is. The president has extended the deadline to sell the company from Chinese ownership several times. Big-time gambling one step closer to becoming a thing in the Big Apple. Final bids now in to New York State from 8 finalists who hope to land one of 3 casino licenses in the New York City area. Meanwhile, on the West Coast, fire season has officially begun in California. A fast-moving brush fire in the San Bernardino Mountains continuing to burn. The fire started on Saturday and it's now grown to over 500 acres. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old-school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Plenty of room for you as we get a new week off and rolling. It is a Monday. Oh, let me see. Rubber Duck, he said, oh, I forgot. I tried those Shock Bluetooth headphones that set on your cheek, leaving your ears open to hear. Yeah, I'm kind of digging them. I'm told it's clearer than both Plantronics and the Blue Parrot. Good morning to James. James cannot believe 2025 is already half over. Yep, sure enough. And I mentioned some changes. Flexibility. Daniel says, flexibility, my derriere. I want the flexibility we had prior to 2003. That everything over 2 hours counted our off-duty or sleeper time, where we could actually split log. Give an example. You're a certified Santa Fe Springs, California. You get up at 6 in the morning. It takes them 6 hours because everything goes on Smallwood. And then your drive takes you 3 hours to get to San Bernardino because of the traffic. And the Stater brothers, once again, another 6 hours, and because no time frame, even though you were not on the dock, you were forced to hire a lumper, which was illegal too at the time. Now, you get to take another 10-hour break, obviously. 12 hours in the sleeper berth wasn't enough. And there's a huge problem that the dumbasses in Washington, D.C., making these regulations do not have to live by the same regulations. Well, at least it sounds like they're trying. It's definitely one step forward, one step at a time. But they are looking to reduce numerous regulations impacting the industry there. We'll see where it goes, but all right, we get the new week underway. Welcome aboard Eagle on a Monday.
Okay. Yeah, how you doing? Yeah, I'm out here. Yeah, I'm out here on the road still. Headed. I'll be headed back to Texas probably tomorrow, Tuesday after I deliver this load. Trying to get there by at least Wednesday or Thursday and take the rest of the week off. Maybe I'll come back on Saturday or Sunday. I think the 4th is on Friday, so I might come back to work on Sunday, or Sunday maybe. Saturday, I don't know if my job, if they let me stay off until Monday, I'll stay off until Monday, but they may not have no load for the weekend. That'd be a good thing. Just relax the rest of the week, but I don't know. I might come back on Saturday though. But Steve, man, got another story again, man, about the state I live in, Texas. Another bad story. And I told you this before about Texas. I've lived here since I was a kid, since I was 7, 8 years old, before we moved from the north down to Texas. The speed limit in Texas is way too high, Steve. I've told you this before. The speed limit is 75 miles an hour. That's too fast because, see, first of all, they don't have no law enforcement because Greg Abbott has the law enforcement doing border patrol duties, which they shouldn't be doing, thanks to Joe Biden. So he had to have them doing that. So the roads are wide open right now in Texas, Steve. The roads are wide open. And 75 means you can run 85 or 90. And that you better believe that's what they're doing. Now, we had another accident, Steve, yesterday. Another bad accident on Interstate 20 right before you get to Dallas. I don't know if you've heard about this one. You can check up on it after I hang up with you. Another truck driver, looks like he is of Hispanic origin. I don't know if the man speaks English or comprehends it or what. He looks like he's overweight. They claim he fell asleep. Stopped traffic. Now he's in jail right now as we speak, Steve, for manslaughter. He killed 5 people. 5 people he ran over in a stopped pickup truck. Same thing that happened in Austin, Texas a couple of months ago, where a man drove over some people and traffic came to a stop and he kept on going. And the same thing happened yesterday in Terrell, Texas, which is very close to Dallas. Very bad accident. They said the interstate was shut down all day long. All it happened like around 1 or 2 in the afternoon, and they didn't open the interstate till the next morning. I understand they had some structural damage because the truck burned up in the middle of the interstate, and other vehicles were involved. Other trucks were involved. I don't know what company this man drove for. Looked like a smaller company. I couldn't get the name on the trailer. But it's a bad situation. Bad situation in Texas, especially on Interstate 30 and 20, Steve. Like I told you, the speeds are way too high. These people have no respect whatsoever for trucks in Texas. They cut over in front of you, literally inches away from you. They tailgating you. They're riding on the back of your trailer as you roll down the interstate. No, I mean, there's no respect. You turn the blinker on and they speed up. They don't slow down when they sit. I don't even bother to turn the blinker on no more. when I'm driving in Texas. Well, for what? Well, why you gonna turn the blinker on? Are you telling that guy to do in the next lane is to speed up? That's all you're telling him to do. So I just move the hell over, and if he don't like it, too bad. Because, it's a shame that you have to drive like that, aggressive driving, but that's the way these people drive. It's really something needs to be done with Greg Abbott. He needs to lower the limit back down to 65 or 70 miles an hour. The speed is way too high, and then on some of the turnpikes, toll roads, you can run 85 miles an hour, 90. You're going out towards El Paso, Texas, on Interstate 10, you run 80 miles an hour. No reason for a tractor trailer running. I seen a guy today, Steve, one of these bull haulers. You want to talk about out of control? Them guys are totally out of control. I found that first time I've seen one of them guys get pulled over in a long time. The bull hauler rolling down the road, and a state trooper was right in behind his ass in Alabama, right on it. And because these guys are running 90 and 100 miles an hour. And see, here's something that them guys don't know, and you probably are. A lot of truck drivers don't know. The tires on these trucks have a speed rating on them, Steve, and they're not. And these speed ratings are not for 100, 90, and 100 miles an hour, which means that it could result in a blowout because these tires are not designed to travel at that type of speed. But for some reason, these people are not concerned about that. It's only concerned about money. It's not about safety at this point, Steve. We got too many accidents, too many people getting killed every couple of months, weeks in Texas. It's another deadly accident that's taking place. And these people that run over in this pickup truck, a whole family got wiped out. All 5 of them in that pickup got wiped out. Never knew what hit them. Truck drove over. You go look at the photographs. It's a damn shame what happened to that car. And they claim the driver fell asleep. Mm-hmm. I don't know how they knew he fell asleep, but he obviously did something wrong. Whether he was distracted with a cell phone, he didn't stop when the traffic came. And I told you this a couple of months ago, Steve. That's one of the worst things. That's what I've always been worried about. Is one of the main things is when traffic comes to a stop. Is what is that guy behind me gonna do in that truck? Is he on his cell phone? Is he looking at a video on his movie or something? Is he riding with his foot up on the dashboard like some of these clowns? And then he gonna run into the back of me and injure me or somebody else. That's what I always look in my mirror when I come to a stop, or either turn your flashes on to let these idiots know that traffic is coming to a stop. But like I said, we talked about this week after week, month after month, Steve. We got some people on the road that don't need to be on the road. This used to be a profession. You've been around trucking a long time. I've been around a long. When I got into truck driving, I got into it because I love driving. I love being the open road, seeing the country. You got guys getting in truck driving now, Steve. They don't love truck. They doing it because it's a paycheck. It's a way to make money. They don't care about safety. They don't care about getting the load delivered on time. All they worried about is that paycheck on Friday afternoon. And if they kill somebody in the process, oh well. That's the way a lot of these guys think. And it's really sad that truck driving has come to that in this situation. Now, I want to move on to another subject right quick, Steve, before I hang up with you. And that concerns the situation down in Florida right quick, and then one quick note about this terrorist deal. Now, Steve, I'm as big a fan as anybody when it comes to getting people out of the country that don't belong here, and people that are here illegally, and they this and that. But at some point, Steve, as much as I support Donald Trump and the Governor DeSantis down in Florida, I think they're taking it a step a little bit. I think they're taking it a step too far now, Steve. I don't know if you heard about this new jail facility that they have down in Florida, where they're going to have alligators outside of the facility just in case somebody happens to get out. Now, that's going a step too far when you have the alligators out there that could potentially kill an individual. Let's take it a step too far. These people, they're in the country illegally, but nobody deserves to get eaten by an alligator. It's not that serious of a deal. It's not that serious when you got to get alligators and stuff involved. So I like I said, they got people protesting in Florida right now about what's going on. Hopefully, I hope that they won't be allowed to do this. yeah, I want these people to be rounded up and apprehended and sent back to where they come from if they're here illegally. But nobody needs to be treated like that. Nobody needs, you wouldn't want to be placed in a facility with alligators out there in the facility. That's a step too far as I'm concerned. Now, one other thing I wanted to talk about is this guy here. I've talked to you week after week about this guy, Steve, and if something needs to be done about him. This leader of Iran, he's still making videos. It's obvious that the man doesn't want to cooperate. Mm-hmm. He doesn't want to come to no kind of deal with the USA. All he wants is a nuclear weapon so he can destroy Israel and the United States. He's already told his people, sleeper cells, whatever you want to call them, to be activated, to start making their move. And I believe this incident that happened in Idaho, they're not going to tell you the truth, but I believe that's affiliated with some type of terrorist attack. But things are going to start happening in America real soon. There's a lot of buzz, especially on the internet with TikTok, Facebook, and all that, about something potentially happening on July the 4th. So my advice to everybody is keep a close eye. They tell them to stay out of big parties, stay out of large crowds, because these people are in the country and they have been activated due to this loser that's making these videos. And as far as I'm concerned, his videos should not be allowed to be shown in the U.S. because all he's doing is causing problems, and he's communicating with his people. Those videos should no longer be shown in the United States to keep this guy from doing what he's doing. And as far as I'm concerned, the guy, they need to find out where he's at, and they need to take care of business. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right, just take him out. And he was referencing what is being called alligator Alcatraz. That has been generating a lot of buzz in recent weeks. It's, I guess, technically going to open Tuesday. Word coming down yesterday that President Trump is actually expected to attend the formal opening on Tuesday of the Contentious Immigration Detention Center in Miami-Dade County's Everglades. Yeah, there have been numerous lawsuits, protests. President Trump slated to appear at the ribbon cutting for the new detention facility being called Alligator Alcatraz. FAA flight records reviewed by the Palm Beach Post indicate the president will visit South Florida for the ceremony, and 2 White House aides and a Florida official confirmed to NBC News Trump is likely, as they said, to be there. But this Alligator Alcatraz, located on a little-used runway on state-seized land in the Big Cypress National Preserve watershed, Governor DeSantis invoked emergency powers early in 2023 to commandeer the parcel for housing migrants, extending that order multiple times to broaden his authority over the use of the land. Now, supporters say that existing detention facilities are overcrowded and underfunded, praising the project's completion. Designed to hold up to 5,000 detainees, projected to cost $450 million annually. The Department of Homeland Security has approved the site and indicated they'll likely reimburse Florida for part of the expense of operating the facility. Environmental organizations had filed a lawsuit Friday to halt the project, talking about severe ecological damage. This location, 96% wetlands surrounded by the Big Cypress National Preserve, is habitat for some endangered Florida panther and other iconic species. This scheme is not only cruel, it threatens the ecosystem of the Everglades that state and federal taxpayers have spent billions of dollars to protect. Of course, over the weekend, as Eagle mentioned, there were demonstrators, hundreds marching along nearby roads. Critics argued that this represents Florida's most aggressive alignment with Trump's hardline immigration agenda. Okay, so let's see. Friday, DeSantis and several other, folks from Fox News took a tour of the facility. It is 844-844-3388. I guess the idea of if anyone ever escaped Alcatraz, right? You're never going to swim the length of getting back to land through the shark-infested waters. If you escape alligator Alcatraz and you wander out into the Florida Everglades, you're probably not going to get out. You're not. Yeah, with all the wildlife. So the idea is, while they're being held at the detention facility, they're not going to escape. They will ultimately, I guess this is another step in the process of deportation ultimately, but what are your thoughts? 844-844-3388.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, as we roll into a brand new week. Knucklebuster, yes, sir. Welcome back.
Thanks, sir. I know it's not the loneliest hour, but anyway. Eagle, he sounds just like Minister. You know, no matter what Trump does, he don't like what Trump does. Let me tell you something. If you drive one of them 64-mile-an-hour castrated trucks, that's just the kind of ideology you have. You know, let's slow everybody down. Well, you got speed limiters, and it's called a black and white sign that says that's the speed limit, and that's what you drive. So, if you can't drive a speed limit, you don't need to be out here driving anyway there. So, but there's people always, you know, nothing's perfect. There's gonna be people doing 3, 5 mile an hour over the speed limit. Some of them 10, 15 mile an hour over the speed limit. And then there you got people like Eagle. He wants to slow down and drive 60 mile an hour, right? So, I don't know. Ain't no cure for it all. Just pay attention. If you play with your cell phone going down the road, guess what? You're more likely going to have a wreck. You're watching videos and everything. I see them doing all kinds of crazy stuff out here. Hey, I keep my hands on the steering wheel, put the turn signal on, and he admitted right there that he's a bad driver by not putting the turn signal on. Well, why don't you put a turn signal on? That shows that you're coming over left or you're coming over right. Well, if they speed up on you, guess what? You can slow down or you can speed up yourself there if your truck ain't castrated at 64 mile an hour there. So, anyway, I'm glad to see them finally taking some steps to change some of this garbage that we've had, especially the split sleeper berth.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So, hey, I'd love to see a 5-5 again, 6-4. 7-3 and 8-2 is kind of limited there, and they really need to just get rid of that 14-hour clock. That'd be the best thing to do instead of stopping it. Just get rid of it, and go back to letting me drive 15 hours a day instead of being 14. Well, we get 11. Let's see, 11 and 10, 21, 13 hours a day. Yeah. I'd like to get my 2 hours a day driving back there, right? So, well, change is coming. I guess it'll be for the good there until we get a Democrat in there again there, right? And then we'll probably have to fight to get it all back again there. So, who knows? Well, anyway, I'm still listening in. I just had to comment on the Eagle there. You know, if he wants somebody to do 64 mile an hour, that's his problem, not mine. I drive a speed limit, and that's what it's all about there, right, Steve? Well, you got about a minute before news break, so I better shut up there. So.
All right, Knucklebuster. Well, yeah, we'll look for you there in that loneliest hour. Yeah, we'll get the news break here. Much more to come. It's 844-844-3388. Yeah, it is the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The last thing they're going to be doing right now, for a period of time at least, is nuclear. They've had it.
President Trump is pushing back on claims Iran moved its uranium stockpiles ahead of U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities.
During an interview with Fox News Sunday Morning Futures, Trump said it would have been difficult for Iran to transport its enriched uranium out of the site struck by American bunker buster bombs last week.
It's a very hard thing to do. Plus, we didn't give them much notice because they didn't know we were coming until just, then. And nobody thought we'd go after that site because everybody said that site is impenetrable.
Trump's comments come as his administration denies reports that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months as a result of the recent strikes. I'm Jim Forbes.
Elon Musk is calling President Trump's massive spending bill utterly insane and destructive.
The tech billionaire had been critical of the bill in the past and slammed it again Saturday in a post on X where he said it will, quote, destroy millions of jobs in America and cause immense strategic harm to our country. The Senate version of the spending package would reduce Medicaid and food benefits, cut taxes, and increase military spending. On Saturday night, lawmakers voted to advance the bill, which will now be debated on the Senate floor. I'm Jim Forbes.
The judge is expected to give instructions to the jury on Monday in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking case.
The defense for Combs says he's on trial for his lifestyle and not a real crime. Combs' attorneys delivered their closing arguments on Friday. Thursday, a federal prosecutor told the jury that Combs used violence, power, and fear to control his victims. Chloe Malas with more on the jury's considerations.
There are 5 charges, including RICO, claiming organized crime, which could carry the most complicated sentence. It could be life in prison for him. So there's so much data. There's been over 7 weeks of testimony, and it's a lot for these jurors to sift through.
I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
I think the overwhelming amount of data shows that on this one, this is tax cuts for the wealthiest to end up cutting health care.
Democrats are taking aim at President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Democratic Senator Mark Warner shared his thoughts about the legislation on CNN's State of the Union.
All these cuts, all this cutback on health care, provide the wealthiest in our country a disproportionate share of tax cuts. That just doesn't seem fair. And the more we can get that out, I think this will be a political albatross.
The Virginia senator warned the bill will cut health care for millions of Americans. The legislation advanced by a slim margin in the Senate on Saturday night, with 2 Republicans joining Democrats in voting against it. Republicans could only afford to lose 3 votes. France has banned smoking on beaches, parks, public gardens, and shelters.
The announcement was published in the official government gazette on Saturday. The ban also includes no smoking outside of libraries, swimming pools, and schools, and hopes to protect children from passive smoking. It did not mention e-cigarettes. Violators of the ban will be hit with a fine of €135 or nearly $160. I'm Lisa Carton.
2 earthquakes shook opposite sides of Southern California.
And no damage or injuries have been reported after 2 small earthquakes shook opposite sides of Central California. A 3.1 magnitude quake happened Saturday night around 7:30 p.m. in the area of Juan Bautista in San Benito County. Then 3 minutes later, a shaker with a magnitude of 4.6 shook near Deep Springs in Inyo County. Officials say the 2 earthquakes happened along different fault lines.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Now, don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at HotShotSecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
As we work our way from time zone to time zone into a brand new day. Yep, that would be a Monday. I trust you enjoyed your weekend there if you got some time off. Now we make our way toward a busy travel week. Independence Day coming our way Friday. Here, let me give you back to yes, it was a horrific crash there in Texas over the weekend. I mean, I'm guessing the truck driver maybe confessed to falling asleep behind the wheel. I'm sure that they're going to be doing subsequent tests looking for any sort of possible physical impairment, drugs, alcohol, anything of that nature. Yes, his logs will be heavily scrutinized going way back in time. But 27-year-old Alexis Osmani Gonzalez Campagnoni facing several charges, including 5 counts of manslaughter. At this point, going back 2:40 in the afternoon, middle of the day, Saturday, on I-20. When, according to police, he fell asleep behind the wheel of his 18-wheeler, failing to see stalled traffic. Struck a Ford F-150 that were carrying 5 people. The 18-wheeler, driven by Gonzalez Campagnoni, then pushed into 2 other 18-wheelers, causing one of those to jackknife and strike a Jeep Compass, a Ford Mustang, and a Honda passenger vehicle. The volunteer fire department described the crash as horrific, declared a mass casualty event as crews rushed to the scene, shutting down traffic in both directions as first responders aided the injured and investigators worked to determine the cause. 4 of the 5 in the F-150 perished at the scene. The 5th individual was airlifted to a hospital in critical condition. I guess technically could still perish, which would take the death toll to 6. There was 1 person in the Jeep Compass that was struck by the jackknifed semi that also perished at the scene. Names of victims have not been publicly released. The investigation is ongoing, but Campagnoni is in custody there in Kaufman County. If you're in an 18-wheeler and no word whether his truck was fully loaded or if it was an empty trailer, that I have not seen any information on that. No word on what speed he may have been going at the time of the incident. If the speed limit was 75 miles per hour at that particular location, the investigation is going to determine, did he have cruise control set so he was doing the 75 or more? And of course, even if the truck was doing 65, would those individuals have not perished? How much lesser damage occurs, say, with a fully loaded 80,000-pound vehicle doing 65 miles per hour, running into stopped traffic versus 75 or 78? I don't know if the outcome would have been any different. But yes, a horrific crash. Morning to Philip in Florida. Happy Monday.
Morning, buddy. Was he driving a truck with an ELD, Steve?
I presume so.
Well, there you go. They're going to check the data with that.
Absolutely.
If he's in a newer truck with an ELD,
yep,
they can check the speed and all that stuff there with that.
That'll all be unfolding, yeah.
Yeah. Well, I've got some comments for that deal that Eagle was talking about there.
I was going to ask, what do you think? Alligator Alcatraz. I mean, there is a lot of controversy down there about that, right?
Yeah, there's always controversy when you bring, animals into the situation that can hurt people. I look at it this way, Steve. You live in the great state of Ohio. How many prisons in Ohio are located in major cities?
The prisons I'm familiar with, they're kind of like in more of the urban areas, outlying areas. I mean, you've always got your county lockup, in whatever respective county. We got one in downtown Cincinnati there, but that's the local correctional facility. The prison is located, like, nearest one I'm familiar with is a place called Lebanon, Ohio.
Okay. So if you go to any state, I don't care where it's at, and you look where their prison systems are located, they are located in rural areas. They are not located in heavily populated areas.
Mm-hmm.
Why? In case somebody escapes, you don't want them to get in the general public. Okay? Now, I'm not taking President Trump's side or Governor DeSantis' side, but I look at it this way. First off, environmentally, between me and you, Steve, and everybody hearing this, you ain't hurting Everglades no more environmentally than what Miami has done for many years when they've dumped everything and their brother in the Everglades, okay? So you got people dumping snakes out there. You got people dumping their iguanas out there. You got people dumping a lot of animals that don't need to be out there, okay? And that's environmentally thing that you heard earlier is a bunch of hoopla, because they have hurt the Everglades a lot more. We as a society developing the area down by Miami have hurt the environment down there more than what this prison system it's a detention center. What are we doing? We're detaining people and holding them before we figure out what they're going to do with their immigration status. Okay? Now, are they a convicted murderer or something of that nature? No, but it's a detention center. It's no different than the juvenile center that's located in Okeechobee, which is in a rural area of Okeechobee, which is not a very nice place in certain rural areas. Okay? So this crap about it, being dangerous, let me tell you what, Steve, do you ever want to go to Cape Kennedy and see the rockets? You ever want to go down there and go to the visitor center and see the rockets?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you what, Steve, when you go in on that road that goes to that visitor center to see the rockets, you are going to pass at least 300 to 400 alligators on the side of the road when you go down the road. Because there's canals on both sides of the road, and guess what, folks? They loaded with alligators. Okay? We got people that drive over Lake Jessup. That's right around the corner from my house. There's 400,000 gators in the damn thing. Okay?
I know is my dad.
Now, let me ask you this.
My dad lived there in Florida for a minute, but before he moved down to like Crystal River after he retired, but he worked at a radio station in Miami for many, many years before we ever started the truck show thing. And I got to visit once when I was like 15, spent a week down there, but he took me out what they called like that road, Alligator Alley between Miami and headed down to Key West. And he told me if your vehicle breaks down and if you try to wander into the Everglades, he said you wouldn't get 10 feet in there and something's going to get you.
If you go down on Alligator Alley and it runs pretty much from the west side of Florida over to the east side, you are going to see nets on both sides of the roads. You're going to see all kinds of containment material to keep animals from going across the road. Okay? Now, here's the thing. Those animals were here before us. Okay? Nature is nature. It's one of the most deadliest things in Florida. The Everglades has more snakes in it. It has coral snakes that they bite you, you're done in 30 minutes. Okay? They have alligators. It ain't just gators.
Mm-hmm.
It's a very hostile environment. I know, I've been there before. Okay? But here's the thing. The property they're talking about in the middle of the Everglades, in that park, is a runway. And it is a runway that is the length of a runway in a major city. So, like, picture a runway that's the length of the runway, like, say, in L.A. or Chicago, one of those. It's a big, long runway. And they used to use it for practice, but in the last few years, it's been used for drug movement and all kinds of other crap, you know? So anyway, it's got one way in and one way out, okay? And if you look at the prison system in Florida State Penitentiary, which is located in Union County, Stark, Florida, we've all heard it. They had an execution there the other day, which our executions are up now, because there's a lot of these guys are sitting in there now. They've been sitting there for 30 years, and it's time for them to roll or go, you know. And but it's located in a rural area. If you escape from FSP, you're going to be crossing barbed wire fence, and you're going to be in rattlesnake-infested forests, okay? So what's the difference between that and gators down in the Everglades? Not too much of a difference now, is it,
right,
Steve?
Correct.
Okay. Now, if you're in this country illegally and you're being detained and they don't have enough room, they have to put this place somewhere. Okay? I'm sorry if it's out in the middle of Gatorland, but we have to put it somewhere. Okay? And that's just the way it is. Now, think about this, Steve. It's not going to be just for Mexicans. It's not going to be just for this. It's going to be for Cubans, Mexicans, Venezuelans, anybody. It could be somebody from Switzerland. You know what I mean, Steve?
Mm-hmm.
So get off of it, man. Let's quit protesting about everything and, like, figure out what's going on here, folks. You know? And we're going to have a little bit of rain, I hear, towards the end of the week there, Steve. I hear we got a little pressure that might be developing down there in the Gulf. Did you see anything about that?
They're monitoring the Gulf side and, I guess, the Atlantic side. They say things are potentially they could have a depression or a storm, or regardless, you're probably going to see some rains.
Yeah, it's that time. I mean, we're getting into it. I mean, they've already got one that's down there by the Bay of Campeche. That's going to be going up into Mexico, it looks like. And some of the remnants from that storm is going to be causing this low pressure that's going to be coming across the Gulf. You know? But getting back to this thing with the Everglades, there's so much stuff, you know, when it happens down here, you're like, what? That happens. It always happens in Florida. Well, guess what, folks? It's going to happen down here because of the amount of transient things we got going on in this place. Okay? Florida is now so much into tourism and getting away from hot, cold and retiring and all this other stuff. Look what it has turned into, Steve. It has turned into that. You know? And it's just a product of the deal, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I hear this bill, though. What were you talking about? They were talking about the bill going to be it's almost going through the Senate. It's going in for debate now.
Yeah, the big, beautiful bill. Correct. Just before midnight, the last I saw, they were doing like an all-nighter, like as we speak, supposedly debating.
Well, it is what it is, and we got to get something going. Now, I'm not saying I'm going to back everything on it, but we got to get something going. Is it going to cost us a lot of money? Absolutely. I'm sorry, just the way it's going to be. And Steve, is there a way that I can get a hold of Chris? I mean, can we email him openly? I mean, does he got like an email through the company that we can shoot him or ask him a question?
I don't know that if that is still active. I would presume it is. That was Chris.
He was a good guy to get a hold of.
Oh, if you call the toll-free number or whatever, I guess you could email Kyle.
Okay. Because over the weekend, I had an interesting scenario with Honda because of this car. The transmission fluid for Honda is specific to this car. It's kind of hard to get sometimes. And one of the ways I've been getting is to actually go to a dealership and buy it. Okay? And I don't know if it's tariffs. I don't know what it is. I don't know what the dealers are doing. But I priced 3 different dealers for the transmission fluid for this car. And I had one dealer that was telling me it was $18 a quart, Steve.
18 a quart?
And then $18 a quart. Okay? The cheapest one I got was down to 11. Now, when I bought fluid for this car 20,000 miles ago, because that's when this car, every 20,000 miles, the training fluid has to be changed. It was $8.50 for a quart of transmission fluid for it. So, makes you want to go home, Steve.
Well, it does,
I've been 3 dealerships.
Wow.
3 dealerships, and I called the parts department. I talked to the parts department directly on 3 different dealerships and got 3 different prices. Now, 2 of them are in the same county. 1 of them is in a different county. Now, maybe their taxation's different. And by the way, that one in the different county was the middle guy between the 3. So, but I've got to get a hold of Chris or Kyle or one of those guys. I want to find out if Hot Shot makes this transmission fluid for this car, because I want to see if they do it. If they do it, I might buy some. But
okay.
$18 a quart. I mean, that's pretty pricey transmission fluid.
No joke.
And it's full synthetic. Everything in this car is synthetic. Even the daggone coolant in it's synthetic. Now, it runs forever. It does good. It's 40 miles. Right now, I'm getting 42 miles to the gallon with the thing. But I can't believe that something would jump that high within probably, I'm looking at maybe a year and a half, possibly. That's because with my mileage and the way I run, about a year and a half. I can't believe that something has jumped that much in price. It's like almost 3 times what I paid for it last time. So, but anyway, enough of my moaning and groaning. Y'all have a good day. Thanks for having me. And Eagle, don't worry. The gator ain't gonna get you. You got a big fence and a guy with a gun before you get over that fence. So, y'all have a good day. Thanks, Steve.
All right. Thank you much, Philip. Have a great morning. There you go. All right. Rolling toward news break. Just around the corner here. Clear lines at 844-844-3388. This will be a week where many, many people will be headed to the car rental facilities. Renting a vehicle to take their summer vacation, celebrate Independence Day. Does anyone actually read the fine print in these contracts? I don't know anyone that does. And no matter what it is, you got to sign off that you've read the disclosure agreement. But there's all this fine print. Nobody spends that time. But critics are kind of taking aim at Hertz. They're facing a wave of online backlash after multiple customers say that they've been billed hundreds of dollars for minor damage that's being flagged by this. I guess they've got some sort of a new artificial intelligence inspection scanning system. When you're returning your vehicle, you're driving through. I kind of envision like when you walk through the metal detectors or whatever, going into the airport. In this case, It goes up the sides and over the top, so it's given a full scan, digitally, artificial intelligence, looking for any sort of a scratch or a dent or a ding. Yeah, things that they supposedly, the individual that does the walk around, the human, might miss. Renters are calling for a boycott, accusing the rental giant of using AI to detect trivial damage and charge steep fines, all while making it all but nearly impossible to speak to a live agent. I'm just not comfortable with the new technology that can flag dirt or something that could actually be rubbed off being flagged as damage, said one user. Yeah, the flagging is just half the problem. The other problem is Hertz using artificial intelligence to file the claim. Yeah, what about the traditional smaller than the size of a golf ball dent or bill size scratches? Can't even speak to a live agent. This past week, the company confirmed to the Daily Mail that they had indeed charged a driver $440 for a 1-inch scratch on a wheel, the kind of thing that would commonly be caused by brushing up against the curb while parallel parking, having been flagged by the scanner. That bill included $250 for the damage, $125 for processing, $65 administrative fee. Another driver claiming they got a $195 fee for a tiny dent when returning a Toyota Corolla. Each driver's experienced part of a larger tech rollout at Hertz, which recently partnered with a company known as UVI, a startup that builds high-speed automated vehicle inspection systems. Renters, you drive the car through the scanner twice, once when you pick up the vehicle, and then again when you return the vehicle. Drivers receive a copy of the previously scanned damage. Hertz wants to use these scanners at 100 rental locations by the end of this year. Earlier this year, they said that they were rolling out this technology to enhance vehicle safety, not to charge customers for minor cosmetic damage. But they said their policy has not changed, despite the $440 and the $195 charges to those customers. It says most drivers who use the UVI scanners have not received a charge. They say 97% of cars that have been scanned with the technology have not detected any billable damage. In other words, a vast majority of rentals are incident-free, according to a spokesperson for the company. Vehicle damage has long been a common pain point in the car rental industry for customers and companies alike. Of course, you always do the walk around, traditionally, and you're supposed to point out anything to the sales rep there. You see anything here that you want me to mark? And and if you miss it, and they catch it when you didn't do it, but the hassles of renting a car, just be aware.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is pushing back on claims Iran moved their uranium stockpiles ahead of U.S. strikes on their nuclear facilities. Trump said it would have been difficult for Iran to transport their enriched uranium out of the site struck by the American bunker buster bombs last week.
They didn't know we were coming until just, then.
Trump has maintained the program has been destroyed, calling it total obliteration. Hundreds of people marched through the streets of Venice on Saturday to protest the wedding of Jeff Bezos.
The Amazon billionaire married his fiancée Lauren Sanchez on Friday in a celebrity-filled wedding ceremony on a secluded island off the coast of Venice. Molly Hunter reports from Venice.
Even with those protests, so many Venetians tell us that Venice is for everyone. And so many locals have been pointing to that multi-million-dollar donation the Bezos have made to multiple conservation organizations, saying just how much good can come out of that.
I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, somebody asked about the big beautiful bill. Where do we stand? Over the weekend, Chuck Schumer pushed for a full reading of the big beautiful bill before the Senate vote. Rick Santorum, the former senator, said, this is all just about Trump derangement syndrome. It's not unusual for the Democrats to do these type of delaying tactics. It's just a hissy fit, he said. It's not going to change the outcome. They're just trying to delay. And the reason they're trying to delay is so that they don't meet President Trump's deadline. This delay was all about creating the image that they're doing everything they can to slow it down and fight Donald Trump. And really, it's doing nothing other than make people stick around on a Sunday and make folks in the Senate work by reading the bill. Took them some 16 hours to go through, and I guess they have pages and whatnot that you read 100 pages, you read 50 pages, and they're trying to separate things out. Several of the sticking points centered around Medicaid. Santorum insisted that the cuts that this bill calls are necessary to keep the program alive for the people who need it. You got to start from the premise. The Medicaid program has expanded so much over the past dozen years or so, and even more increases, steeper increases in Medicaid under Joe Biden. They pretty much blew the doors out during the COVID, enrolled millions and millions of people who, quite frankly, should never have been enrolled in the program, who shouldn't have been eligible for this. Now, this does not only include immigrants living illegally in the country, but people who don't meet the qualifications for the program or were able-bodied and could work. Not those who were living in dad's basement but got signed up for Medicaid. Medicaid was intended as a targeted program to help those who were really in need. Democrats, though, have expanded it well beyond the initial borders. It is a shared program between federal and state governments, but Obamacare opened it up, and then later Biden and the Democrats expanded even more. Now the federal government picks up 90% of the cost. Most of the money that's being spent on Medicaid is being spent not on poor people, not on the disabled, not on people who really need it, but it's being spent on people, frankly, who are able-bodied and just don't want to work. That's what the Republicans are trying to get at. Now, one of the two Senate Republicans who voted along with the Democrats, as apparently the bill did pass 51-49 to proceed to debate, was Senator Thom Tillis of North Carolina, who shortly after the vote, and President Trump, I guess, threatened to primary him, announced he's not going to seek re-election next year. He says he's proud of his career in public service, but acknowledged the difficult political environment for those who try to buck the party and go it alone. In Washington, it's become increasingly evident that leaders who are willing to embrace bipartisanship, compromise, and demonstrate independent thinking are an endangered species, he says. Sometimes these bipartisan initiatives get me into trouble with my own party, but I wouldn't change a thing. Now, of course, Trump accused Tillis of seeking publicity with his no vote and threatened to campaign against him. He also accused Tillis of doing nothing to actually help his own constituents after last year's devastating floods. Tillis is a talker and a complainer. He is not a doer, said President Trump. So this is a guy that won election, I guess, joined the Senate in 2014. He was actually up for a third term in the midterms next year. But again, he will not be running. All right, let's see. Philip, welcome back.
Hey, buddy. As far as that guy goes, don't let the door hit him in the butt when he goes out the door. So That's all I got to say with that one. There's something that I forgot to talk about, and Knucklebuster brought up about the speed limiters and all that kind of stuff. There's a new law down here in Florida, folks, and I believe it's going to take an act tomorrow. Okay, so here's the deal. If you go 50 miles an hour over the speed limit, or you go over 100 miles an hour, it's going to be a $1,000 fine, and you're going to spend 30 days in jail. And if you do it a second offense, it's just going to keep rising up and up and up. So you eventually, I believe the second time, we're talking about suspension with no license. And third time, you could be put into the habitual offender system, and then you're no more license at all for the rest of your life. I don't know if you've heard about it or not, Steve, but did you hear anything about that one?
Yeah, I did. I did touch on that at some point last week, and yes, it kicks in on July the 1st. And and you would be, I don't know, maybe you wouldn't be, but the sheer number of citations issued by law enforcement for people doing in excess of 100 miles per hour, it's pretty darn common.
It absolutely is. It's going to stop all this playing around and making YouTube videos on motorcycles stop.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to. You're endangering people. I mean, there's people out here like me going to work. You know, there's people that are driving trucks that they're doing their job. Normal people, they're just out here working, you know, doing what they need to do. And some idiot wants to make a spot on YouTube out here on a Hayabusa motorcycle doing 150 miles an hour. I mean, come on. And the same thing goes with the guys with the Lambos and the Z1s. I mean, I love exotic cars. If you got something like that, take it to the track. That's what the track is for. It's a controlled environment. You're not going to kill somebody. You're only going to kill yourself. And if you decide to drive something like that, drive it like that, that's your business. You know what I mean, Steve?
Yep. Yes, sir.
I mean, that's your business. I love drag racing. I love NASCAR. I love sports car racing. I love all this stuff. But it's in a controlled environment. It's on a track. It's in a controlled environment. That's what it needs to be in. It don't need to be out here on I-4 and grandma's going back home because she's been to the outlet mall. And she gets killed because somebody in a Hayabusa bike wants to run into them and play funny. We actually had an incident a few years ago. A kid graduated at his high school. Normal thing. Graduated from high school. Him and his mom and his dad, they went over and they had dinner at a restaurant. They're coming home from a restaurant, got rear-ended by a guy doing 110 miles an hour in a pickup truck. Now, the kid's just starting life. You know what I mean? And that happened in New Smyrna, if you want to look up the article on it. Okay, and it happened on Route 44. And there's a lot of instances. We had families that, you know, we've had instances where we've had police get into accidents and people got killed before because they were chasing somebody doing that kind of speed. We've had that down here. It's to the point now where a lot of these municipalities, they won't even chase a bike unless they have to, you know, but we need to stop that stuff. So, but I just thought I'd point it out, and I forgot earlier I was too up into the deal with the Everglades. So, but you have a good day, bud, and I appreciate you having me back. Thank you.
Absolutely. Good to have you. Thank you very much. All right. Yeah, let me see. Coming up, we'll get a little bit of what's going on in the world of sports. Brain Dead is on the line. First, Daryl checks in. Morning, Daryl. Are you ready for July?
Good morning, Steve.
Yes.
I am. I've been going barefooted for about a week. How's the family and how's Stryker?
Everybody doing well, and I guess getting ready for the Independence Day.
Are you getting ready for the boom booms?
We got to get something together. That's all I know.
I went up to Bellefontaine yesterday to pick up a young man from camp, and gas at Speedway was $2.52. And I was hungry and went in, and they had a little box of wings for $5, and there was 5 juicy wings in there. Best chicken I've eaten in a while.
Yeah, really.
I parked out in the shade and got in the back seat of my car, read the Sunday paper, ate my wings, and had a Gatorade and relax for a minute on my trip up to Camp Wilson.
There you go.
And I thought one guy had gas for $2.17. I believe it was $2.77, but marathons up there, they don't have that far to take gas to a station, so maybe they knock off the service charges.
Uh-huh.
But the place was packed, so they must have dropped the gas prices down. But I enjoyed I can't figure out what the difference is of $2.99 in Fairfield and $2.52 in Urbana. That's quite a difference.
Yes, it is.
How is young Evel Knievel doing these days?
He's doing fine. They did some Kings Island over the weekend, and he's been doing a lot of swimming. So his summer's having a good summer.
The young man I took up to camp got to swim every day. He got to fish. He got to go on a rowboat. He got to go on one of them zip lines. And he really had a good time. He's 13 years old. And he was born in Mexico. And he's been here since he's about 2 years old. And he likes to listen to Mexican music.
Mm-hmm.
So I listened to the ball game, and he listened to his Mexican music on the way home. I will let you go, and you try to stay cool on the 4th of July. I'll be working for Qantas, and we're getting the Hamilton Parade lined up and ready to go on Thursday night and Friday morning. See you down the road.
All righty, Daryl. Thank you, as always, for checking in. Have a great week. I think it's with the afternoon pop-up showers, thunderstorms that we'll have in the mix like so many others. But otherwise, there will be some opportunities to get out by the pool. Typical summertime temperatures as we roll into July. 844-844-3388.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, back at it on a Monday at 844-844-3388. Ready or not, We'll roll into July tomorrow, Tuesday, July 1. A bit earlier, Rubber Duck was talking about he's kind of excited up now. I'll be able to light fireworks between now and, what was it, July 7th or 8th, whatever it was. And nobody will be able to call the police. The grumpy neighbors won't be able to complain. Somebody had posted kind of a funny, friendly reminder when it comes to calling 911 this time of year, 4th of July. Now, I can see where calls start coming. People that start doing their fireworks at midnight on June the 4th, not July the 4th. Calls come in for that because that's not legal. But we do have, with the new policies in this state, numerous weekends around selected, like 4th of July, New Year's, Memorial Day, and several others where you are legally allowed to ignite fireworks. You do not call 911 on the 4th of July to say, hey, there's people setting fireworks off next door. Well, hey, there's fireworks debris landing in my yard. Hey, the fireworks, my wife can't sleep. Or better yet, my cat's upset. And he won't come out from behind the couch. He's hiding. Don't bother law enforcement with that. Now, the funny part was they said, yes, you can call 911 to say, my neighbor just set his house on fire. Is that right? Or body parts are landing in my yard. Something wrong there. Or maybe my wife won't wake up. Or better yet, my cat is shooting back. That's how you can. Those would be reasons you might want to call 911. But all right, good morning, Brain Dead.
Hey, Steve, how was your weekend there, buddy?
No, it was not a much ado nothing weekend.
I figured that much. You had the pool open and the skull busters on the ice. So, you were talking about the fireworks, and a lot of people fail to remember something. Now, in Memphis, we're having our favorite game, firework or gunshot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I want to ask those people that shoot off the fireworks to please be respectful to those that may have PTSD. Dingbat will tell you right now that this week and New Year's week, are the 2 times a year that she hates because of PTSD. So if your neighbors may have PTSD or people around you that may have PTSD, please do not shoot off fireworks. Please be respectful. I mean, it's bad enough. My 2 little dogs go hide up under the bed and won't come out until sometime like after like my birthday coming up. I mean, it's bad. So let me address, but let me say something to Knucklebuster. Now, I heard part of his conversation about his wife being in the hospital for 3 weeks in the stroke, if I remember right, Steve.
Mm-hmm.
My mom also probably went to that exact same hospital or the exact chain of hospitals, because they have 4 of them around Memphis. My mom went to the hospital under her own power, walked in, no problem. 6 weeks later, they had to take her home in an ambulance because she couldn't walk. That hospital is, I'm sorry, I wouldn't even take my worst enemy to that hospital. My mom was complaining of breathing problems and it was already admitted into the hospital. While she was there, they ran blood test after blood test after blood test and CAT scans and MRIs. I mean, you name the test, they did it. And they said, oh, well, you've had seizures. Oh, you had a heart attack. Oh, it's just a psychological problem, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. 6 weeks later, they say, oh, she's got lupus. There's nothing we can do. Goodbye. 6 weeks later.
Wow.
And they never once got her up, got her walking around, did nothing for her. So, Brother Knucklebuster, I feel your pain, buddy. I feel your pain. Because I lost my mom 21 years ago. And that still hurts. And I will never go back to that hospital because over where we live, they have one of those little Band-Aid hospitals. And this is how bad it is. You could go in there having a heart attack, instead of sending a transport to send you to one of the other hospitals in Memphis. They go, oh, here's you some pain pills. Go home and call your regular doctor. I'm not lying. Sit there for 8 hours just to be seen for 2 minutes by some sort of nurse just to be given pain pills to go home. That hospital is a joke. I will never in my life ever go back. I would rather, and like he said, go to Vanderbilt or Little Rock, one of the two. Hey, I'd even go Jonesboro. I'd go up to that hospital up there in Jonesboro. That's how bad it is. But now, see, you want to take a break and come back, or are we good for?
Well, we are rolling toward the top of the hour news break here. So, yeah, I know we got some sports stuff, got some NASCAR action. It was Atlanta over the weekend. Of course, I guess that was Saturday night. I had all but forgotten about it, and I don't even know where it was. Was it on Prime this weekend? But I did go back via their website and watch like a 20-minute highlight of the race. And there was a lot of accidents. And I got to thinking, and I could not believe how much time has passed. I'm thinking, when did I go? I went to Atlanta Motor Speedway on several occasions. And when I'm thinking back, man, 30 years had passed, 30 plus years. And at the time when I was attending those races, Atlanta was kind of a boring speedway. It was more or less what they call it, your cookie cutter, mile and a half. And there was one race where there was actually only one spin out for an individual car caution on the day. It was just like, wow. Yeah, boring. The difference of the new configuration there and now being considered almost like a super speedway with restrictor plates. Yeah, what a difference that track is. The new Atlanta looks like a whole lot more excitement versus what I got to see all those many years ago. We'll discuss some of that coming up. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Lindsey Graham says it's too early to tell if Iran has abandoned nuclear ambitions. While appearing on ABC's This Week, the South Carolina Republican said the focus remains on Iran's intentions.
But the question for the world, does the regime still desire to make a nuclear weapon? The answer is yes. Do they still desire to destroy Israel and come after us? The answer is yes.
The last thing Iran is thinking about is enriched uranium. The president has also maintained the nuclear program was obliterated. Reactions are pouring in after Elon Musk described President Trump's massive spending bill as utterly insane and destructive. Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin dismissed the tech billionaire's concerns on NBC's Meet the Press.
I respect Elon. I think he's right for his opinion, but he just doesn't know. And so I have to disregard that.
The Oklahoma senator added he's confident that the president's one big beautiful bill will continue to move forward. Jobs being lost to AI is not a concern to President Trump. He told Fox News he understands the need for emerging technology.
One thing, very simple, bring more companies and more jobs. You know, the truth is we don't have enough people to take care of these jobs.
The president insists that the job losses will be offset by more companies coming to the U.S. because his tariffs are leveling the playing field. 2 firefighters are dead and multiple have been shot after reportedly being ambushed while responding to a brush fire in Idaho. The firefighters were responding to a call in Coeur d'Alene.
We are prepared to neutralize this suspect who is currently actively shooting at public safety personnel. We are prepared to neutralize this suspect as quickly as possible.
Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris says an active shooter continues to fire at law enforcement with high-powered rifles. The group responded to a small brush fire that was starting to grow. That's when they were shot by an unknown person in the woods. Emergency management told people in the area to shelter in place and avoid the area. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
President Trump says TikTok has a buyer.
Very, very wealthy people. It's a group of very wealthy people.
Trump told Fox News a buyer is in place, but he won't say who it is at this time. The president has extended the deadline to sell the company from Chinese ownership multiple times. He says he'll have more to say about it in a couple of weeks. Congress forced the sale, fearing national security concerns over Chinese ownership. Many Wayne County, Michigan residents, including County Executive Warren Evans, are opposed to Wayne Disposal's effort to expand and accept nuclear waste from the Manhattan Project.
They've been cited 119 times since they've been in operation for hazardous material-related problems. 119 times? Are you kidding me?
EGLE Radioactive Materials Unit Supervisor Jay Paquette says they would evaluate the Manhattan Project waste if it meets the facility's acceptance criteria. Evans is asking EGLE to not allow the expansion or the nuclear waste to be placed there. John Summers, USA Radio News.
As the summer temperatures rise, health experts are warning parents and caretakers about the risks of heat stroke to children left inside vehicles.
Kids and Car Safety, which collects data on hot car deaths, says already this year 9 children have died after being left alone in cars in California, Florida, Louisiana, Maryland, New Mexico, New Jersey, and North Carolina. 5 of those deaths were in June. Last year, at least 30 already 9 children died after being left in hot cars. I'm Lisa Taylor.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the Smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, for our friends on the West Coast, welcome into a Monday. As we cross over the midnight hour, there you go. As millions of Americans make final preparations to head out for their Independence Day holiday weekend, or week in some cases. Yeah, the White House issuing a reminder about the price of gas as we head into the holiday week. Putting out a notice that said Americans are seeing the cheapest summertime gas prices since 2021, more than 20 cents lower than a year ago. As President Trump delivers on his promises of lower prices, stable inflation, and higher wages. Of course, the Gas Price Authority, AAA, does not refute the administration. They reported drivers are seeing some increases, but summer gas prices are still the lowest they've been since 21. This year, the price of crude oil has kept gas prices on the lower side. Of course, the Israel-Iran conflict did drive up the price a bit in recent days, but not dramatically. Escalation and duration of the conflict, two factors to watch. Of course, weather is always a factor that plays into retail fuel pricing and availability, with the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration predicting an above-normal hurricane season for the Atlantic this year. Obviously, big storms can affect oil refineries, problems with distribution. But the White House said maybe the most important factor of all surrounding fuel pricing and availability right now is President Trump. His economic and energy policies are the driving factor behind lowering the cost of living. Energy prices fell by 1% over the last month, down 3.5% over the past year. Americans are benefiting from Trump policies. Gasoline prices have fallen every month since Trump took office, down 2.6% over the past month, down 12% over the past year. AAA said the country will see the busiest roadways ever for the July 4 holiday weekend, projecting 61.6 million traveling by car this year. Highest volume on record. I don't know how far does that date back, but all right, now back to Brain Dead. Thanks for hanging in there. Get to a little sports action here on a Monday.
All right, real quick, Steve, one thing. That truck wreck down there in Texas, I'll make a bet with anybody. This guy's going to get a high bond, say $1 million, $1.5 million. In about 1 month from now, they're going to drop that bond to $10,000, like that idiot over in Austin.
Yeah.
Because he had that $1.3 million bond for that big pileup he did. They dropped his bond to $7,500, and I did not stutter. $7,500. Look at that guy in Denver that killed those people, got 100 years, got his sentence reduced to 10 years. This does not say something, because if it was me or anybody, they would throw them under the jail and leave them there with no bond. But for some reason, it just seems like if you are from a foreign country and cannot speak the language, you automatically are given some sort of a free pass when you commit a serious accident like this. Because I guarantee you that carrier was a Mexican-based carrier. I guarantee you. And I guarantee you, because you'll have to go find this, in Kentucky many years ago, there was a nasty crash that happened, something similar to this, where a lady died. And they did some research and found out the home office that was in some European country was changing the guy's logbooks. Yes, any computer can be hacked if you know what you're doing. But the company, but it was shown that the company was going there, adding a team driver to him. The driver never existed. They also went in there and changed his logbook to where, and literally changed the driving line to where he could drive more hours because they needed to haul the freight. There are companies out here, and I'm not saying my company or any other companies and listening, but a lot of these companies only care about the freight. They don't care about you. I saw a thing on TikTok or one of these reels or whatever. They were interviewing people down in Mexico, CDL drivers. They asked this bus driver, he said, "Where do you go?" He said, "Goes all over the U.S." They asked him, "How much do you get paid?" He said, "I get paid 4,500 pesos a month." 4,500 pesos a month. Now, I can't do the math on that. So maybe somebody could help me out what pesos are to dollars, but I know it ain't much, Steve. That's why these guys are running illegal as crap. So, now, you were talking about Atlanta. I'm sorry, should we say Crash Atlanta? It was a crash fest. I didn't hear all of the race. I heard a good part of the race. But the ones that needed to win and step up and have a good performance did. I mean, you talking about Keselowski coming in second, Chase Elliott winning. So you have a lot of those people that needed that win. Now, I do like this new configuration because I honestly don't think that this new Gen 7 car would work good with the old configuration. And it was also really crazy. If you go back and look at it, Ty Dillon, now they have this in-season challenge. And it was so crazy. They interviewed Ty Dillon, and he said something about, well, folks, I hate to tell you, but I just broke your brackets if you had Denny Hamlin, and walked off. And he did. Denny Hamlin and him were the two to go head-to-head. It was kind of like the NCAA March Madness. So, but yes, it was really interesting because, here comes Brad Keselowski trucking away, and his spotter tells him to slow up a little bit so Bowman can catch him. Bowman said, screw you, I'm out of here. And here comes Chase Elliott right on by at the last lap. So, needless to say, we go to a road course this week, Chicago Speedway. It's going to be interesting, Steve. It's going to be really interesting.
Are they going to have an escort into Chicago like they did Mexico City?
Well, I don't know.
I had to do it.
I probably imagine that they probably got armed. Yeah, I knew that was coming.
Yeah.
But yeah,
sorry.
they probably got armed guards, baby. But I'm going to roll home for a Friday, Steve. You have a good morning.
All right. Well, thanks for checking in. Thanks for the update. And there you go. I'm just kidding, Chicago. It's 844-844-3388. Company note is it Lytx? L-Y-T-X. Lytx. Releasing their reimagined, what they call their 2025 Road Safety Report. Used to be called the State of the Data Report. Analyzing over 300 billion miles of driving data to reveal some insights into safety trends and the emerging risks for commercial fleets. The 2025 Road Safety Report, a reminder that as our roads continue to see increased volumes of traffic, the nature of risk is also evolving. What this data makes clear is that a better understanding and proactive management of these new patterns is critical. At Together for Safer Roads, we believe insights like these are key to shaping smarter, more responsive safety strategies for our fleets, our cities, our policymakers. They take a look at some of the collision rates and the risky driving behaviors, both of which are on the rise, they tell us. Highlighted in the 25 Road Safety Report, after a steady decline between 2018 and 2020, kind of coming out of, 2018 and 2020, that wouldn't have been coming out. That would have been going in to pretty much the COVID lockdowns. This year's report says the latest collision trends, risky driving behaviors, riskiest locations and times to drive, the positive impact of safe driving and the growing need for fleets to address the rising risk by implementing maybe some of the new advanced technology and coaching. Obviously, they're referencing the like of the driver-facing cameras and other technologies. Some of the key highlights, though, collision rates and severity, despite a 24% increase in industry-wide collision rates per vehicle from quarter number 3 of 2023 through quarter 4 of last year. The data shows a significant reduction in the more severe collision levels compared to 2023, with a level 1, the highest severity collisions that saw a decrease of 6%. Level 2, which is moderate severity, dropped by 59%, demonstrating improved driver safety through proactive coaching and technology. Risky driving behaviors, things like following too close, using a handheld device, not wearing a seatbelt, and speeding continued to top the list of riskiest behaviors. Some of the notable increases from 2023 to 2024. Speed violations up 9%. Eating or drinking while driving up 7%. Now, people were doing better. The not wearing a seatbelt actually was down 13%. Following distance, something we see out there, people that are just almost running like they're linked together, bumper to bumper. Following distance of 1 to 2 seconds increased 2%. Following distance of less than 1 second rose by 19%. There are tailgaters everywhere, highlighting the need for companies to reinforce the distance policies, following distance. I mean, when it comes to big trucks, don't you have, was it the 7-second rule? It's a whole lot more. 1 second, you ain't got time to respond. The impact of weather, driving too fast for conditions, made drivers 4 times more likely to be in a level 1 incident and was the top factor in severe inclement weather collisions. Fog is the most dangerous weather condition, increasing level 1 condition likelihood by 2.8 times. Yeah, so they list top 10 risky driving behaviors. Following distance was number 1. Yeah, people just locked in. Tailgating. Use of a handheld device at number 2. Not wearing a seatbelt, number 3. Posted speed violation at number 4. Following distance 1 second or less from the vehicle ahead at number 5. Coming to an incomplete stop, number 6. Eating, drinking at number 7. Failed to stop at number 9. And inattentive driving, number 10. Risky driving factors out there. It's 844-844-3388. A Monday. Get the brand new week underway.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Here, where we leave off, it's 844-844-3388. According to Customs Enforcement, a.k.a. ICE officials, they're calling it a massive identity theft. Yeah, more than 100 Americans victimized by what they're saying as illegal aliens who worked at the Glen Valley Foods meatpacking plant in Omaha, Nebraska. Breitbart News chronicled last month, or earlier this month, it was on June 10th actually, ICE agents raided Glen Valley Foods and discovered more than 70 illegals working at the meatpacking plant Some had worked there for several decades. Yeah, the raid helped open jobs for legal immigrants and some Americans. Now, this company, the executives repeatedly said that they used the E-Verify system that's designed to weed out illegal employment. They believed they had a legal workforce. Now, ICE agents can reveal that illegal aliens at Glen Valley Foods were operating a sophisticated identity theft scheme that allowed them to pass through the E-Verify by using stolen Social Security numbers from American citizens. There have been individuals who've gone on the record referencing the identity thieves we arrested last week as good, hardworking, and honest. These so-called honest workers have caused an immeasurable amount of financial and emotional hardship for innocent Americans. If pretending to be someone you aren't in order to steal their lives is not blatant criminal dishonesty, I don't know what is. In one case, a disabled American in Texas struggled to secure their Social Security benefits because an illegal alien at Glen Valley Foods had stole their identity and was using it to work and collect wages. Likewise, an American in Pennsylvania was denied vital prescription by its health care provider because their identity had been stolen by an illegal at Glen Valley Foods. In another case, an American in California has struggled for 15 years to regain their identity and mend financial damages after an illegal at Glen Valley Foods stole their identity to work at the plant. There was a full-time nursing student in Missouri that lost her college tuition assistance after an illegal at Glen Valley Foods stole her identity. The American was also prevented from renewing her driver's license as a result of the identity theft because the illegal who stole her identity had several unpaid traffic tickets. In Colorado, an American was hit with an Internal Revenue Service notice requiring them to pay over $5,000 to the federal government because an illegal working at Glen Valley Foods had stole their identity, had inflated their income. Now, these criminals who stole these identities didn't just break the law, they upended lives. These victims are not faceless statistics. They're real people being denied the likes of health care who've lost educational opportunities. Back in September of 2019, a similar massive identity theft scheme was uncovered thanks to an ICE raid at several food processing plants across Mississippi. It was the largest single-state raid in American history at the time. Allegations in that case claimed that in some instances, illegals would apply for work, be denied because they were not legal residents, and would come back weeks later with a Social Security number to be hired by plant operators. Just like the Glen Valley Foods case, some illegals at the food processing plant had worked for a decade using stolen identities from American citizens. Well, a comprehensive investigation published by the Immigration Reform Law Institute found potentially 39 million cases from 2012 to 2016 in which Americans had their identities and Social Security numbers stolen by illegal aliens. 39 million? That is a big problem, folks. All right, we'll get a news break in here and plenty of room for you on a Monday at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
The last thing they're going to be doing right now, for a period of time at least, is nuclear. They've had it.
President Trump is pushing back on claims Iran moved its uranium stockpiles ahead of U.S. strikes on its nuclear facilities.
During an interview with Fox News Sunday Morning Futures, Trump said it would have been difficult for Iran to transport its enriched uranium out of the site struck by American bunker buster bombs last week.
It's a very hard thing to do. Plus, we didn't give them much notice because they didn't know we were coming until just, then. And nobody thought we'd go after that site because everybody said that site is impenetrable.
Trump's comments come as his administration denies reports that Iran's nuclear program was only set back months as a result of the recent strikes. I'm Jim Forbes.
Elon Musk is calling President Trump's massive spending bill utterly insane and destructive.
The tech billionaire had been critical of the bill in the past and slammed it again Saturday in a post on X where he said it will, quote, destroy millions of jobs in America and cause immense strategic harm to our country. The Senate version of the spending package would reduce Medicaid and food benefits, cut taxes, and increase military spending. On Saturday night, lawmakers voted to advance the bill, which will now be debated on the Senate floor. I'm Jim Forbes.
The judge is expected to give instructions to the jury on Monday in the Sean Diddy Combs sex trafficking case.
The defense for Combs says he's on trial for his lifestyle and not a real crime. Combs' attorneys delivered their closing arguments on Friday. Thursday, a federal prosecutor told the jury that Combs used violence, power, and fear to control his victims. Chloe Malas with more on the jury's considerations.
There are 5 charges, including RICO, claiming organized crime, which could carry the most complicated sentence. It could be life in prison for him. So there's so much data. There's been over 7 weeks of testimony, and it's a lot for these jurors to sift through.
I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
I think the overwhelming amount of data shows that on this one, this is tax cuts for the wealthiest to end up cutting health care.
Democrats are taking aim at President Trump's so-called Big Beautiful Bill. Democratic Senator Mark Warner shared his thoughts about the legislation on CNN's State of the Union.
All these cuts, all this cutback on health care, provide the wealthiest in our country a disproportionate share of tax cuts. That just doesn't seem fair. And the more we can get that out, I think this will be a political albatross.
The Virginia senator warned the bill will cut health care for millions of Americans. The legislation advanced by a slim margin in the Senate on Saturday night, with 2 Republicans joining Democrats in voting against it. Republicans could only afford to lose 3 votes. France has banned smoking on beaches, parks, public gardens, and shelters.
The announcement was published in the official government gazette on Saturday. The ban also includes no smoking outside of libraries, swimming pools, and schools, and hopes to protect children from passive smoking. It did not mention e-cigarettes. Violators of the ban will be hit with a fine of €135 or nearly $160. I'm Lisa Carton.
2 earthquakes shook opposite sides of Southern California.
And no damage or injuries have been reported after 2 small earthquakes shook opposite sides of Central California. A 3.1 magnitude quake happened Saturday night around 7:30 p.m. in the area of Juan Bautista in San Benito County. Then 3 minutes later, a shaker with a magnitude of 4.6 shook near Deep Springs in Inyo County. Officials say the 2 earthquakes happened along different fault lines.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Because
because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
At it here. More on the, again, potential impacts of the now being enforced English language proficiency rule that could significantly, they tell us, reduce trucking capacity. More on that coming up. And then after thorough investigation that's been ongoing for, the past 17 months? Remember the door that actually blew out, the door plug that blew out of the Boeing 737? More details being released. How did this all unfold? How did this occur? The heroic actions, they say, of the crew of that Flight 1282 ensured everyone survived when that door plug panel flew off the plane shortly after takeoff. The gaping hole sucking objects out of the cabin. Details released by the National Transportation Safety Board last week. Great. Give you more on those coming up here. First, let me get back to the calls, and Eagle back on board. Welcome back.
Okay. Yeah, can you hear me?
We got you, Eagle. Go ahead. What's happening?
Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah. I got a couple of things. I wanted to say some things about NASCAR. I'm gonna keep it civil. So I'm not gonna. The guy, he's not on my mind, so I'm not gonna waste my time with him. Okay, now, Steve, I'm gonna talk about the NASCAR right quick, and then I want to talk about the international thing again. Okay, the race in Atlanta, as the other guy, previous caller had said, it was an action-packed race. I didn't get to see the live, but I watched the highlights of it yesterday, last night. And, there was some wild racing. Half the field got wrecked at one point in the race. Took out a lot of good cars. Atlanta, since they made the new track, is definitely a lot better racing, action-packed. And Chase Elliott came out on top. He had to do some serious driving to come up with the victory in that race, in his home track. So I'm glad to see him win, because he'd been having a season wasn't too good up until this point. He'd been doing a couple of things, but he hadn't won no race. But now he at least get to go to the playoffs. So we'll see what happens with that. But definitely a good race. And let's see, and they're running in Chicago this week, so we'll see what happens with that one in Chicago on the street course. Yeah, I'm not sure. They called me by surprise why they get to see it live, because they had the race on Saturday night this week. I don't know why they went to Saturday instead of Sunday this week, but the race was on Saturday in Atlanta. So I don't know why they changed it from Sunday, but that's why I didn't see it live. But definitely a good race. Now, Steve, getting back to the situation with Iran deal that's going on. Okay, Donald Trump, I talked to you about this late last Friday on Thursday. They trying to round up as many people as they can. I think right now, Trump, he needs to be focusing more on these Iranian people than these Spanish immigrants. He still need to get them out. But we got some real dangerous people in the U.S. right now on this. A lot of them on the terrorist watch list. They need to be focusing on these people and trying to get them out, get them behind bars before they do something. Before something goes down, because there's a lot there's a lot of stuff, that's out of control right now. And apparently, like I said, this guy here, he's not listening to what Trump says. He's still threatening to attack military bases and other things with U.S. soldiers. I'm surprised the people in his own country hasn't tried to overthrow this guy, and get him out and get a younger man in there that's more or less radical, because he's causing problems for everybody in that country with his radical ideas. It seemed like they killed off all his military leaders, scientists, and all that. So you notice that every time you see him, he by himself. I don't think he got too many more people left to try to help the guy out. So he needs to wake up and realize that he's isolated, and then he's running out of time. He's gonna have to eventually do the right thing, or something, or it's gonna end up real bad for that guy. The way I see it. Now, one other thing, right quick, Steve, about the truck driver again in Texas that ran these people over. Now, this guy here, I don't know what his age was. He looked like he was in his late 20s, maybe 30s. This guy's he's totally ruined his whole life. He got 5 charges on him already for manslaughter and other things. Hopefully, they say he fell asleep. Hopefully, there wasn't no drugs or alcohol involved. But like I said, I couldn't tell who he drive for. I don't know what company he's with, but it looked like it's a small company, whoever it is. I couldn't tell the name on the trailer. But that stretch of road, Interstate 20, 30, 10, all of them, it's wild action out there. More and more cars are on the road nowadays, and I don't know what they can do to try to get these people to realize how dangerous these trucks are. But a lot of people, they just not intimidated of trucks right now, Steve. When I'm rolling down the road, the way these people are riding on your bumper and riding in front of you and on the sides of you, I don't get it. They don't realize how much damage these trucks can do if they get run over. They need to start educating, have commercials on TV, do something to let these people know what's going on, because it's getting out of hand. You're seeing way too many accidents, and it's not always the truck driver's fault in these accidents. It's other things that could be involved in these situations. So as much as I hate it, you know how I feel about the driver cams and all that, I don't think that's going to stop the accidents. But the more accidents we have, the more these insurance companies are going to want to force these cameras in these trucks so they can see what's going on. And, they got a lot of companies out there that's running cameras, and there's going to be even more in the very future, I believe, because of these major accidents. And it's really a damn shame that you have to roll down the road with a camera in your truck. But looks like that's what we're going to do, Steve. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
All right. Thank you much, Eagle. Have a good morning. Yep. Brain Deaded said he didn't have his magical decoder ring to translate the pesos to the U.S. dollars. But absolutely correct. If you said like 4,500 pesos, a trucker in Mexico making 4,500 pesos a month, that's about correct. That translates to about $240 U.S. dollars. Not a day, not a week, a month. I did a quick search there because Roki said 4,500 peso equals $240 a month. Said, what does the average trucker earn in Mexico? The quick review says, in Mexico, truck driver wages vary significantly based on factors like industry, experience, and region. In 2022, the highest average monthly salary was about $1,137 U.S. dollars. Now, that's for drivers in the mining sector. Some driving in other sectors earned as low as $260 a month. Yeah, the average monthly salary for truck drivers in Mexico is around $423. Can you imagine that? A month? About $100 a week? Drivers in the mining industry, about $1,137 per month. Construction materials, drivers hauling construction material can earn about $876 U.S. dollars per month. Drivers hauling retail goods earn about $645 U.S. dollars a month. Drivers hauling auto parts tend to earn the lower salaries. Hauling auto parts averages about $285 U.S. dollars a month. Women truck drivers in Mexico face a significant pay gap, earning significantly less than their male counterparts. So I guess there ain't many women drivers. So what is it like? I think they have like 1%. Yeah, women make up about 1.29% of truck drivers in Mexico. And I guess that stands to reason. And if you think you have safety concerns here in the U.S., imagine being a female driver in Mexico. Wow. All right, clear lines at 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Time was money in 4.1 Pro Stock. The Nelsons, you should have heard them just around midnight. And move over, boys. Nurse Abby is breaking. From National Tractor Pullers Association headquarters in Marion, Ohio, this is the NTPA Overnight Radio Report. The largest multi-class payout ever took place Saturday night at 300 Raceway in Farley, Iowa, as the Farley Nationals, presented by Raider Implement, drew to their conclusion before a raucous crowd and in view of the tractor-pulling universe on Full Pull Live. 6 competitors made history as they each held winners' checks totaling $50,000 as part of a 3-night purse well in excess of $750,000. First to experience the thrill and bewilderment of pulling's largest first prize was Rob Foster of Fairgrove, Michigan. His Simply Red 4-wheel drive was dominant, winning their Thursday heat from the leadoff position before returning Saturday and making a late charge to best Daniel Bosch's Midnight Raider and Lisa Peterson's Profab.
My dad got me into this mess, and he always thought we were all crazy for going all over the country for nothing. I just know he's happy tonight, and also Roger Simon. This was his dream also, and we're so happy to be able to do it, and I just cannot believe it.
Then came the 4.1 Pro Stocks and another 2-hook sweep. Dean Liskey's Killing Time also converted a prelim win into a mid-class draw and hung on through a dozen more tough limited pros to claim the crown.
It's unbelievable. I thought I was going to die.
Closest were Danny Barker's Rhapsody and Tony McDonald's Well Spent. In Superstock Diesel 4x4, the field was smaller but the climb no less stressful, especially on new dad Eric Stacy. He and Lily expected their child right around Farley time. Sure enough, they welcomed the daughter last week. And we'll let Eric tell it.
They're at home watching. I can't tell you how great this last week's been for me. Best time of my life. When this all come about, she said, "You're going. I believe in you. You can do it."
Todd Dugan's Angry Shine and Cody Lee's Kong also got 5-figure rewards for their efforts. In CM Pulling Tires Modified Mini, this is becoming a habit, Abby Leichner, a winner of previous $10,000 prizes in Bowling Green and Louisville. The registered nurse from Weldon, Illinois, is earning her reputation as Big Money Abby.
Everyone's been working their butts off while I get to work and just sit in the seat. Yeah, I'm just super excited to be here.
Pro Stock veteran Peter Norton was second with his Little Hurricane, while all-time winnings driver Adam Bauer's Iron Toy was third. The Nelson family of Altamont, Illinois brought a caravan of trucks to Farley, and it paid off in a Gatorade shower over Jared and his Midnight Revenger Chevrolet after they established their 10-foot winning margin.
You know, our goal was just to make it to Saturday night, and we never dreamed we'd get to Saturday with all 4 trucks plus the minis.
Second was 2023 Grand National champ Donnie Sullivan and Big Stick, and Nathan Faust Hang Time was third. And in Yoder Popcorn Pro Stock, you may now resume breathing as the Lemke.
Well, I think I came out of the hole pretty good, and then she just picked up and went, and I tried not to touch a brake, and next thing you know, I'm going 332. And she felt good. I'm just tickled pink about it.
Lemke and his family's New Generation Plus John Deere best of the Rowan team's High Limit and Lemke Motorsports affiliate John Link's Revelation Pro in a battle royale of the toughest 22 Pro Stocks in the nation. This week, it's back to points pulling, with number 50 playing another substantial role. It's the 50th anniversary of the Budweiser Dairyland NTP Super Nationals at Recreation Park in Tomah, Wisconsin, in 5 sessions, from Thursday through Saturday, June 26th through the 28th. Visit TOMAHTractorPull.com for ticket and camping info, fullpull.live for the online broadcast, and ntpapull.com or the NTPA mobile app for all the rest. There's also regional action in Arcola, Indiana, those same 3 nights, as well as in Cadiz, Ohio on Thursday. Reporting for the NTPA on the Overnight Drive, I'm John Dunlap. Stay safe and pull hard.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, back at it with the English language proficiency rule now in effect. Yeah, this could, they tell us, significantly reduce capacity in the industry for a decade. Yeah, many of the large truckload carriers have embraced regulations like the ELD mandate, the Drug and Alcohol Clearinghouse, to limit market capacity. But the effects were typically short-lived. Yeah, the English language proficiency mandate enforced by a DOT executive order now will face out-of-service violations. Now, according to FreightWaves, they estimate there are maybe 10% of CDL holders that may lack sufficient proficiency. That is based on insurance executive insights. Will carriers comply with enforcement? That is a question. DOT and law enforcement officers can issue out-of-service violations to those non-compliant drivers, a major deterrent. Now, when DOT officers or law enforcement deem a commercial driver unsafe, often due to hours of service breaches, vehicle defects, improper load securement, driving under the influence, they issue those out-of-service violations. But that now includes the English language proficiency. These violations appear on a driver's pre-employment screening program for 3 years, and they do indeed affect a carrier's compliance, safety, and accountability score for 2 years. Poor CSA scores raise their insurance cost and lower their shipper rankings. That would discourage carriers from risking such a violation, Although the English language proficiency mandate did not create new laws because the requirements were already there, it does now empower the DOT and law enforcement to place non-compliant drivers out of service, reversing the Obama administration guidance to overlook it. Just like a credit score, the CSA score influence insurance rates and shipper partnerships. Shippers often take a look. They query the CSA scores and the onboarding to access reliability and deprioritizing shippers that have eroding scores by moving freight to the safer alternatives. Lowering them in the routing guides or even excluding them from a contract. Non-compliant carriers face severe consequences. A driver under a load placed out of service cannot move that cargo until compliant, which would raise the risk of service failures and cargo theft from stranded loads. Brokers overlooking such carriers will face disruptions, prompting shippers to avoid them to protect cargo and ensure reliability. Capacity right now is close to being in balance with volume, they say, with outbound tender rejection rates setting at about 6.77%. In spite of weak truckload demand right now, so it's less than a week in. Wednesday will be a full week into the whole now being enforced system. I suppose it'll maybe take a few months, and we'll start to see some of those figures coming in from various DOT inspectors out there and commercial vehicle enforcement officers. They'll be queried how many such violations, how many drivers have been placed out of service for the non-language proficiency requirement. That'll be interesting to see. Meanwhile, back to the Alaskan Airlines Flight 1282, the door plug blowout, which, believe it or not, 17 months ago. According to the NTSB board chair, the crew members of that flight shouldn't have had to be the heroes because this incident never should have happened. The board found that lapses in Boeing's manufacturing and safety oversight, combined with ineffective inspections and audits by the FAA, led to this terrifying malfunction. The investigation over the 17 months found that 4 bolts securing what is known as the door plug panel were removed and never replaced during a repair as the Boeing 737 MAX 9 aircraft was being assembled. The blowout occurred minutes after it left Portland, Oregon, ultimately created the roaring air vacuum that sucked objects out of the cabin, scattered them on the ground below, along with debris from the fuselage. 7 passengers and 1 flight attendant sustained minor injuries, but no one perished, amazingly. Pilots were able to land that plane safely back at the airport. Boeing and Spirit Aerosystems, the company that made and installed the door plug, are now redesigning them with another backup system to keep the panels in place, even if the bolts are missing, they say. But this improvement not likely to be certified by the FAA until sometime next year at the soonest, they say. The NTSB urged the companies and the regulators make sure every 737 MAX is retrofitted with these new panels. We'll give you more coming up following the news break. Final hour ahead at 844-844-3388.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Lindsey Graham says it's too early to tell if Iran has abandoned nuclear ambitions. While appearing on ABC's This Week, the South Carolina Republican said the focus remains on Iran's intentions.
But the question for the world, does the regime still desire to make a nuclear weapon? The answer is yes. Do they still desire to destroy Israel and come after us? The answer is yes.
The last thing Iran is thinking about is enriched uranium. The president has also maintained the nuclear program was obliterated. Reactions are pouring in after Elon Musk described President Trump's massive spending bill as utterly insane and destructive. Republican Senator Markwayne Mullin dismissed the tech billionaire's concerns on NBC's Meet the Press.
I respect Elon. I think he's right for his opinion, but he just doesn't know. And so I have to disregard that.
The Oklahoma senator added he's confident that the president's one big beautiful bill will continue to move forward. Jobs being lost to AI is not a concern to President Trump. He told Fox News he understands the need for emerging technology.
One thing, very simple, bring more companies and more jobs. You know, the truth is we don't have enough people to take care of these jobs.
The president insists that the job losses will be offset by more companies coming to the U.S. because his tariffs are leveling the playing field. 2 firefighters are dead and multiple have been shot after reportedly being ambushed while responding to a brush fire in Idaho. The firefighters were responding to a call in Coeur d'Alene.
We are prepared to neutralize this suspect who is currently actively shooting at public safety personnel. We are prepared to neutralize this suspect as quickly as possible.
Kootenai County Sheriff Robert Norris says an active shooter continues to fire at law enforcement with high-powered rifles. The group responded to a small brush fire that was starting to grow. That's when they were shot by an unknown person in the woods. Emergency management told people in the area to shelter in place and avoid the area. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
President Trump says TikTok has a buyer.
Very, very wealthy people. It's a group of very wealthy people.
Trump told Fox News a buyer is in place, but he won't say who it is at this time. The president has extended the deadline to sell the company from Chinese ownership multiple times. He says he'll have more to say about it in a couple of weeks. Congress forced the sale, fearing national security concerns over Chinese ownership. Many Wayne County, Michigan residents, including County Executive Warren Evans, are opposed to Wayne Disposal's effort to expand and accept nuclear waste from the Manhattan Project.
They've been cited 119 times since they've been in operation for hazardous material-related problems. 119 times? Are you kidding me?
EGLE Radioactive Materials Unit Supervisor Jay Paquette says they would evaluate the Manhattan Project waste if it meets the facility's acceptance criteria. Evans is asking EGLE to not allow the expansion or the nuclear waste to be placed there. John Summers, USA Radio News.
As the summer temperatures rise, health experts are warning parents and caretakers about the risks of heat stroke to children left inside vehicles.
Kids and Car Safety, which collects data on hot car deaths, says already this year 9 children have died after being left alone in cars in California, Florida, Louisiana, Maryland, New Mexico, New Jersey, and North Carolina. 5 of those deaths were in June. Last year, at least 39 children died after being left in hot cars. I'm Lisa Taylor.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
As the case had been through much of last week, as the U.S. Supreme Court tries to wrap things up. All their final decisions by the end of June. There was yet another flurry of rulings passed down on Friday. We'll break some of those rulings down coming up here. One of the most anticipated was the birthright citizenship here in the USA. But let me get back and finish up with this Boeing blowout, which was just one in a string of issues negatively impacting Boeing in recent years, which after the report from the NTSB said, we at Boeing regret this accident. We continue to work on strengthening safety and quality across our operations. But this incident occurred as the plane was at 16,000 feet. Oxygen mask dropped during the rapid decompression. A few cell phones and other objects were sucked through the hole in the plane as 171 passengers contended with wind and the deafening roar. The first 6 minutes of the flight to Southern California's Ontario International Airport were routine. The plane was about halfway to its cruising altitude, traveling at more than 400 miles an hour when passenger described a loud boom and wind so strong that it actually ripped the shirt off someone's back. We knew something was wrong, according to one passenger. In an interview with the AP in the days following the flight, we didn't know what. We didn't know how serious. We didn't know if it meant we were going to crash. The 2-foot by 4-foot piece of the fuselage covering the unused emergency exit behind the left wing had blown out. There were only 7 seats on this flight that were empty, including the 2 seats closest to the opening, which that is amazing. The National Transportation Safety Board manager, Todd Inman, said the Alaskan Airlines accident would have been worse if it had happened over the ocean, far from land, but the carrier had already restricted the plane used for this flight to overland flights because of an unresolved maintenance issue with the fuel pump. The airline took that step on its own, going above the FAA requirements. But the panel that blew off was removed at a Boeing factory so workers could repair 5 damaged rivets, but the bolts that helped secure the door plug were not replaced. It's not clear, they say, who removed the panel. In the preliminary report, they said the 4 bolts were not replaced after the repair job, but the work was not documented, which is a no-no. Investigators determined the door plug was gradually moving upward over the 154 flights prior to this incident before it ultimately flew off. Boeing factory workers told investigators they felt pressured to work too fast, were asked to perform jobs they weren't qualified for, including opening and closing the door plug on this particular plane involved. None of the 24 people on the door team was ever trained to remove a door plug, and only one of them had ever removed one before. That person was on vacation when it was done on this particular plane, so no one working on this plane had any training. Investigators said Boeing did not do enough to train newer workers who didn't have a background in manufacturing, many who were hired after the pandemic and after 2 crashes involving the 737 MAX planes lacked that experience. There were not clear standards for on-the-job training. Now, the NTSB staff, who also told the board that Boeing did not have strong enough safety practices to ensure the door plug was properly reinstalled, and the FAA inspection system did not do a good job of catching systemic failures in manufacturing. So the FAA regularly conducts more than 50 audits a year on Boeing's manufacturing, but there are not clear standards for what those audits actually cover. The MAX version of Boeing's best-selling 737 plane has obviously been the source of persistent troubles for the company since the 2 jets crashed, one in Indonesia 2018, the other in Ethiopia the following year, killing a combined 346 people. Investigators determined those crashes were caused by a system that relied on a sensor providing faulty readings to push the nose down, leaving pilots unable to regain control. After the second crash, of course, MAX jets were grounded worldwide until the company had redesigned the entire system there. But all right, rolling up on 13 past the hour. A flurry of Supreme Court rulings. Yes, the Supreme Court ruling 6-3 Friday in the controversial birthright citizenship case that lower courts cannot simply issue nationwide injunctions, and that doing so is an abuse of their judicial power. That was a big decision. This was the case of Trump versus Casa, vindicating the Department of Justice strategy of arguing against the idea of nationwide injunctions, which we have seen every passing day. Everything Trump and this administration does in a matter of hours a federal judge ruling, you can't do that. You can't do that. Trump can't do that. Namely, the dispute over whether the 14th Amendment to the Constitution guarantees citizenship upon birth. Conservatives argue that birthright citizenship is abused by illegal migrants to make their children U.S. citizens, who then can later sponsor the legal immigration for the rest of their families. They also argue that no other nation has a birthright citizenship and that the 14th Amendment did not intend to create one. Given the number of contrary rulings in the lower courts, which slapped nationwide injunctions on President Trump's executive orders, the Department of Justice kept the focus of their challenge to the narrow issue of nationwide injunctions. Democrats, and to a lesser extent Republicans, have sued in friendly jurisdictions in recent years as a way to stop administration policies that they don't have the legislative votes to overturn. In an originalist opinion written by Amy Coney Barrett, the court's conservative majority found universal injunctions likely exceed the equitable authority that Congress has given to the federal courts. The Judiciary Act of 1789 endowed federal courts with jurisdiction over all suits in equity, and they've got the statutes there. This statute is what authorizes the federal courts to issue equitable remedies. All right, we've held the statutory grant encompasses only those sorts of equitable remedies that traditionally awarded by courts of equity at our country's inception. We must therefore ask whether universal injunctions are sufficiently analogous and relief issued by the High Court of Chancery in England at the time of the adoption of the Constitution and the enactment of the original Judiciary Act. Obviously, this is all written in what they call legal mumbo-jumbo, but the bottom line is the universal injunction was conspicuously non-existent for most of our nation's history in absence from the 18th and 19th century equity practices that settles the question of judicial authority. There were several concurring opinions, and the dissent joined by the 3 liberal justices, including a separate dissent from Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson, who's become the court's pretty much resident left-wing activist there. The Supreme Court also ruling on Friday that parents in the state of Maryland who have religious objections can indeed pull their children from public school lessons using their LGBTQ storybooks, reversing the lower court's rulings that were in favor of the Montgomery County school system there in suburban Washington. The High Court ruled that the schools likely could not require elementary school children to sit through lessons involving the books if parents expressed religious objections to this sort of material. Now, they say the decision was not a final ruling in the case, but the justices strongly suggested that the parents will win in the end. They ruled that policies like the one that was at issue in this case are subjected to the strictest level of review, nearly always dooming them. This particular school district introducing the storybooks, including Prince and Knight and Uncle Bobby's Wedding, part of an effort to reflect their diversity. Now, in Uncle Bobby's Wedding, a niece worries that her uncle won't have as much time for her after he gets married to another man. The justices have repeatedly endorsed claims of religious discrimination in recent years, and this case is among several religious rights cases at the court this particular term. This also becomes amid the increase in recent years in books being banned from public schools and public libraries. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, a brand new day, a brand new week. Closing out the month of June, believe it or not. And good morning, Buckwheat.
Good morning, Steve. How's this call coming through on the Wi-Fi?
Sounds good to me.
Okay. Well, we're sitting on here on top of the mountain and looking down over the valley, seeing the neighbors have the lights on, and yeah, we're up here enjoying ourselves. I told you I might call.
Yeah, so you're at you're at the cabin with the deers and the bears and the coyotes, and so and what state did you go to? Where you guys at?
We're in Pennsylvania, Huntington County.
Okay.
That's where the cabin's at. So, yeah, I went out for a walk yesterday, and I seen deer prints, I seen bear prints, and I seen coyote prints. So, yeah, we're all out here. I didn't have nothing really planned, but yesterday we went to visit one of my friends in the hospital up in Danville. The Geisinger Hospital. He, about 2.5 weeks ago, he fell off a ladder and ended up crushing his leg. And then in the process of going to, getting him checked out for that, they found out he had a heart aneurysm in his main artery leaving his heart. So he did one surgery to fix his leg, temporarily fix his leg, and then he had open heart surgery to fix the aneurysm. And then last week they tried to give him another surgery to properly fix his leg with a plating because the bone is totally like crushed, not there. And he ended up getting blood clots in his lungs. So he's still in the hospital, and hopefully today they can get him that final surgery so they can so he can head home.
Wow.
But yeah, we were up there visiting him for a little bit, and then now today I'm up here getting ready. We're going to be heading down into the Shenandoah Valley, Virginia, and to my wife's husband died from cancer, so we're going to go down there for a funeral. So yeah, so far this vacation I've been almost traveling more than what I do in my truck. So, but yeah, it's nice up here. It's my brother-in-law went and installed an AC unit that with the internet from home we can set the temperature for the temperature of the cabin, but when we leave, and it'll be that temperature when we get here.
Yeah.
So we have a fairly updated cabin, I think. But yeah, I didn't hear anything what you were talking about in the show. I don't have much to add for that, but we're just enjoying life. I love to take a week off and go to the cabin, not have anything planned. It's my dad's cabin. He bought 137 acres up here, and now he passed away, and my mom has it. So we as a family can use it. And so I got July 4th week this year, and also the week between Christmas and New Year, planning to come up here. So,
do you have a lake, a lake or a river nearby? Do you get to do some fishing this week?
I'm not much of a fisherman. My wife, Cream of Wheat there, she's from Canada. And I was up there fishing in the northern woods of Canada. And they're sort of ruined me for any other type of fishing around here.
Yeah.
Their fish are bigger up there. You catch them and you cook them on the river bank, and then you go fish some more. And yeah, after you fish like that, this local fishing here it's not as appealing,
Okay,
but,
right.
Yeah, I mean, there's a stream in the bottom of the valley, but it's not really that big. A lot of people go fishing in it, but I never really did. But anyhow, so yeah, one of the funny things that happened with Ashton Mario Kart there, yesterday we were out driving around, and I came across this here big piece of plywood that somebody wrote on. Somebody painted on "donkey for sale." And I read that, and I thought that was so funny. Cream of Wheat looked at me, and she said, "Why are you laughing?" I was like, "A donkey's for sale." And she looked at me like, "Where in the world you coming from?" I said, "Yeah, somebody's selling a jackass." And Ashton Mario Kart, he quips up from the back seat, and he goes, "Hee-haw, hee-haw." And
that's great.
That made Cream of Wheat laugh. Most people don't like to be called a jackass, but here's a guy, he's selling a jackass, and anyhow, it just tickled my funny bone. But I have to say one thing. Saturday morning, I went and changed the oil in my truck, and I put this there oil that I got from Hot Shot Secret with the friction reducer already in it.
Yeah.
And with the driving around yesterday in the mountains and up the hills and all over, my V8 Chevy GMC pickup got 22 miles a gallon. So I think that your oil stuff there is pretty good. I mean, we could almost put these Mideast Arabs out of business if everybody would, use this stuff, because we wouldn't hardly use any gas. I mean, Hot Shot Secret, they could settle all the wars. We could have peace. They could be right up there with Trump, But anyhow, so yeah, that's all I had this morning, and yeah, we'll Maybe I'll call you again tomorrow night. I don't know. We'll see. We're on vacation. We do whatever we want, you know?
See, let us know what's going on. Give us an update. Real quick, 4th of July just around the corner. Does Ashton like fireworks, or does he not like fireworks?
When he was first born, he hated fireworks. We would have to take him away, but now he just loves them. I mean, he loves fireworks. He loves lightning, thunderstorms. He gets all excited for stuff like that.
So he'll be juiced up for Friday. You got to do some fireworks for Independence Day. There you go. All right. Thank you for checking in. Enjoy that time off, Independence Week.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump is pushing back on claims Iran moved their uranium stockpiles ahead of U.S. strikes on their nuclear facilities. Trump said it would have been difficult for Iran to transport their enriched uranium out of the site struck by the American bunker buster bombs last week.
They didn't know we were coming until just, then.
Trump has maintained the program has been destroyed, calling it total obliteration. Hundreds of people marched through the streets of Venice on Saturday to protest the wedding of Jeff Bezos.
The Amazon billionaire married his fiancée Lauren Sanchez on Friday in a celebrity-filled wedding ceremony on a secluded island off the coast of Venice. Molly Hunter reports from Venice.
Even with those protests, so many Venetians tell us that Venice is for everyone. And so many locals have been pointing to that multi-million-dollar donation the Bezos have made to multiple conservation organizations, saying just how much good can come out of that.
I'm Lisa Taylor.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night. But instead, you've got Steve Summers. It's the Overnight Drive.
Rolling into a Monday without a Captain Ron this week. May not be the greatest day of the week, but yeah, we're on the home stretch here. See, Vic got you coming up. Has some comments about the 737 MAX versus the 757. And the anonymous hippopotamus. All right, so we get a good nap this morning?
Yeah, not too bad. Not long enough, though, I'll tell you that. Phew, it's bad to wake up from a nap and say, hey, I wish I could have stayed asleep another half hour or so. But, yeah, got to get back up, get back at it. So, don't get at it. We don't get done. We don't get home. So, anyways, so here we are. So in the beginning of the show there, you were reading off some comments from people, and I don't know if you remember or not, but you said there was somebody there that was in Harford County, Maryland, and I didn't know. I went to try to look back, and when I got down there to park there for a few minutes, and the Facebook feed didn't go that far back, so I didn't know if it was still on Facebook or if it was on the YouTube feed, that comment, because you said both of them come in together, don't they?
On my screen, they do, but yeah, mine cut out here about 3 o'clock, so I only had the last couple hours.
All right, well, maybe I can research it some more than that, but yeah, if somebody was in Harford County, Maryland, there, they not only were in my backyard, but I mean, they were like down the street from me in my backyard.
Wow.
So,
okay.
Anyway, he kind of, I had to say, I missed the name when you were saying it there, but anyways, well, that's truck driving. But anyways, hey, did you catch any of that stuff there from Captain Steve? He's done lately here. He's had two things he did. He worked on that Air India deal there, and he got talking about this thing that I guess deploys with the kind of an emergency, kind of like a little two-bladed propeller that drops out of the bottom of the plane and actually sounds like a little Cessna or something if you actually hear it go by. And what happens is when there's like an all-engine failure or a loss of electric system or something, this thing is like a generator, and it runs like a generator, and it actually can give basic hydraulics so that the pilot actually has a little electrical and hydraulic controls to operate flaps and steering and stuff from the cockpit. It is not great, but I mean it's better than absolutely nothing, having a dead stick. So So I didn't realize that. But he said that that it looked like that little device had deployed there on that Air India jet. So he was more leaning towards, the dual engine failure right on takeoff. He was stall or whatever but lost total power out of the main engine, so that this thing deployed, and but that was why the landing gear didn't go up, because they didn't have hydraulic pressure to lift the gear, and then of course losing all power, they lost all forward momentum. But and he also, I didn't get a chance to watch it, had a more of a conclusion. I guess there's been some results come out from investigation from that one up there that did that rollover, came down real hard and bounced, and then ended up shearing a wing and rolling over. He did another one on that. And then I came across one there. Did you realize he actually analyzed Luke Skywalker's crash of his X-Wing fighter? I didn't get a chance to listen to that. That looks like it might be pretty good there.
The X-Wing fighter crash on the planet Dagobah, correct?
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
He's got like a video of analyzing what went on with that there. So he said, I did see a little bit of it there, and Luke said something about feeling the Force coming in, and Captain Steve said he wasn't real familiar with the Force deal there, but he's going to have to but he went on with some of his analysis, so it looked like it'd be pretty good. But anyway, I don't know. Other than that, there we heard Buckwheat's call, so sounds like they made it up there. And
yep.
My, who knew falling off a ladder could cause so many problems, Your Honor? I mean, I know they say the ladder is the most dangerous tool around the house, for people getting hurt by, but man, to fall off a ladder and find out you have an aneurysm, anyways, but then they, of course, didn't sound like the leg was all that great shape either. So hopefully they get him patched up pretty good there, put some plates and screws and pins and all those kinds of nasty things in there. And I don't know, maybe he'll be the $3.5 million man instead of the $6 million man by the time they get done with him. But anyway, so best for them, and good to hear Knucklebuster this morning there. So did he ever get a return call yet, or is he still on his way to, what is it, one of the cow towns or something he said he was going to, wasn't it? Is it going to the stockyards or something? But anyways, other than that, that's about what we got going for you. The guy that come in to load me there said he thought he saw some lightning off in the distance there. So I don't know if there's going to be some rain showers early around here. So if you're in the Mid-Atlantic area somewhere, Baltimore, Washington, Philly, just keep your eyes open there. You just never know when one of these things might pop up, because it's going to be hot again today and tomorrow. So,
yes, sir. Yep.
I guess with all that nonsense, Your Honor, we'll let you go out there and do your due diligence at this point, because you still got another
20 minutes to go. Yeah. Looking at the radar, there ain't much over there. There's looks like a pop-up thunderstorm over there toward the Maryland, New Jersey line. I guess that would be. We do have some more rain maybe coming our way in southwest Ohio, some heavier downpour south central and southeastern portions of Indiana tonight. Meanwhile, you come across these stories, and I think about our friend Sylvester there in the land down under, who doesn't get to check in much, nearly as often as he used to. But the headline, "Only in Australia, baby." They've got those gargantuan spiders over there. They've got numerous things that I'm glad we don't have them here. I don't often think of birds as being something to be concerned about as being deadly. Now, I guess you'd want to be careful about a run-in with an angry ostrich, right? But taking place in the Oceania nation, a mother and son ended up coming across one of the most violent and deadly birds in the world. You know what it is? Luckily for them, they survived the close call, but it was all even caught on the Ring doorbell camera. Per the report from the New York Post, the family crossed paths with a couple of cassowaries. Never heard of that? In Mission Beach, Queensland. If you're not aware of what a cassowary is, it has the reputation of being an incredibly dangerous bird because of their ability to issue powerful kicks using their legs. And to make it even crazier, on one of their legs, they have very, very sharp claws. They are one of the few birds on the planet that actually has the capability to kill a human and have done so before. Luckily, mother and son were able to escape the birds and get in their home. But this is just a reminder of how crazy Australian wildlife can be. According to the reporter, the closest thing we have to Australia here in America is Florida. And he said, I can tell you as a Floridian, we ain't nowhere on this level, but okay, well, it was a mama bird, and she had her baby alongside. I don't know if they were coming up to ask for something to eat or what. And there's Vic. Good morning, Vic.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Yeah, of course, hostages. I had some old college roommates that they decided they were going to start selling ostrich feathers from one thing and another, and smuggled some ostriches out of South Africa. But an ostrich, it'll disembowel you in a heartbeat. They like to bite. They're a nasty thing. Why they ever wanted to bring them to here, I don't know. But they were kind of a different bunch anyway. But you were talking about that 737 MAX. That story on that thing is there was a couple of budget airlines that did not want to go to the 757s, and somehow they convinced the powers that be at Boeing and in the government to stretch out the 737, and that's where that 737 MAX comes from. And I don't know why. It's been a while back. My son explained it all to me as to why they felt that the 737 MAX would be better than just going to the 757. And that was when Boeing was going through all their mergers and changes at the top and moving their headquarters to Chicago for being the finance part and leaving the engineering part back out in Washington. So it's just been one disaster after another for Boeing. But that was the story behind the 737 was there was some of the budget airlines that didn't want to go to the 757s, and they thought that they could stretch that out, create the 737 MAX. Exactly what happened to the door and why the maintenance wasn't quite right, I don't know. But some of the stories that my son has told me about the current maintenance crews, it's a little upsetting, I guess. I don't fly that much anymore, but he was telling me about that one of the planes had a list, a repair list, and it was quite long. The air crews kept reporting that there's some sort of a system on there that will send both data and voice, and the voice part wasn't working, and they were doing everything to fix it, and so I guess the on-off button was hard to get to or something, and what it boiled down to was somebody had flipped the off button, and nobody ever thought to look to see if they'd ever flipped it back on, and that was the whole problem there. So
wow.
That's just one of the stories. But the other thing was that I was calling about, I seen over the weekend, and this is just absolutely unbelievable, but supposedly there are some lawmakers in California asking gang members to intervene and interfere with ICE raids and deportations and everything else. And number one, I would have to say that could get those people involved with insurrection. But, that's up to the Justice Department to do that. But the bigger thing is, why would they even want to involve a criminal element into this. I mean, what is so fascinating, or what's driving this deal with the illegals? Because you were talking about the budget bill. Do they not understand how much money we're spending on people we shouldn't be spending money on? You know, whether it's detention or enforcement or whatever. If we just cut that out, there would be quite a savings there. And you were mentioning about how little people get paid in Mexico. Well, if they can come to the United States and get on the dole and then send the money back home, obviously it pays a whole lot better than trying to work. So, I mean, like Musk was talking about some of the stuff that was going on, and of course he had to suffer quite a bit. And I think a lot of the stuff that Musk recommended and did need to be done, somehow, some way, they don't seem to be following up on that, whether it's, Medicare, Medicaid fraud, or any of that nature. But the big thing is that, why would anybody that's in any sort of an official position in the United States want to employ a criminal element? I don't know. That is just so upside down and backwards. It's almost beyond belief. And along in that line, did you see where that magistrate judge in Tennessee, her name was Holmes, that she released that one El Salvadoran guy that they're all fussed about? They brought him back to the United States, and he had to stand trial in, I think, Nashville. And they got him out on bond, and they were not trying to get him out on bond. And then the federal magistrate, she decided that they had to release this person. And I don't know if they set any bond on him or bail or anything else. But, I mean, it's just hard to understand exactly where our justice system is going at right now. And the other thing, too, before I forget it, right at the end of the show there Friday, they was talking about telling kids to get off your lawn. I'm one of those people. But the world has changed a whole lot, because I was talking about Tom Metzger and skinheads and all that, and my cousin got involved with that because both Tom and my cousin had wound up in the same place out in California. And Tom Metzger was a radio TV repairman, and my nephew, my cousin, was deep into that. And one of the things they did was they sent people around, and a lot of those people that were involved in the skinhead movement actually took jobs in radio shops that did work on police radios. And it kind of gets a little bit, they also had a recruiting program. So the little kids today are not quite as innocent as the kids way back when we grew up, and some are actually there for nefarious purposes. But anyway, I was just mentioning that because out in California, it was California that went after the criminal gangs there, Tom Metzger and all those. And when I seen that, I thought, well, that's odd, because it was California that actually put Tom Metzger in jail. And then he was in jail for a long time. His wife was dying for cancer. They let him out while until she expired. But it's like, okay, so that was just one group. A lot of the criminal gangs, prison gangs, the Crips and the Bloods and all that. The California did all they could to prosecute a lot of those people, and a lot of those gangs are hooked up to the cartels now. So, I look at California and I think about what a powerful state it used to be, and a good state, and I just shake my head, and I hope the rest of the country doesn't turn in like that. And real quick, and on a totally different subject, Horse Feathers there was talking about his propane and stuff. It won't be much longer, and people will be wanting to get their propane tanks filled up and offering discounts all through August and getting ready for harvest season. So he will probably start to get a little bit busier here before too much longer. And the other thing is all this environmental stuff they're talking about and the stuff going on in the Mideast. Everything I looked at this weekend, it said that fertilizer prices were going up. And there again, we're not using our full resources because all the flare gases from the oil fields can be used to make fertilizer if they've done it right. Years ago, the digester gas on sewage plants. I mean, we can use a lot of gas can be different types of gases can be used to make fertilizer. That's kind of a little bit off. And the other thing is, all the farmers are having to apply fungicides now to their crops, and where these funguses are coming from, I guess they're airborne or something. But it's definitely making a difference. So I will agree the atmosphere is changing, and we really don't know why. But the government is coming up with their solutions, whether they're good solutions or not. That's yet to be determined.
Exactly.
But the big thing,
and oftentimes with unintended consequences as well. There, right? Hey, Vic, we're kind of headed down the home stretch here as we close out the month of June. Yeah, July 1 tomorrow. Which indeed will kick off a very busy month. Yeah, with our friends at Hot Shot Secret out and about. Tractor pulling action, of course, diesel drag racing action around the country. Yeah, starting this upcoming weekend, July 4 and 5. That's Friday and Saturday. The Pro Pulling League. Kicking off a very busy stretch here. The PPL Junctiontown Showdown taking place on the Friday and Saturday in Iowa. It'll be a one-day event there in Indiana. You got the Vigo County Fair Pool, which is, again, the Pro Pulling League, followed by on the 6th, Sunday, the Pro Pulling League at the Gibson County Fair Pool. Both of those there in the state of Indiana. Following weekend, it's off to Troy, Missouri on the 11th, followed by Joliet, Illinois, both of which the Pro Pulling League there taking action at various locations. Outlaw Diesel Super Series back in action. It's next event coming up July 18 at Beach Bend, Kentucky. And followed by on the 19th of July, the NTPA heads into Chapel Hill, Tennessee for NTPA pulling action. There's numerous other events that'll be taking place. But just in case you had missed it on our Friday morning program, this is going to be starting today. We mentioned, I'll re-mention that there's going to be a bit of a slow go on a section of Interstate 80 this week. Starting today, again, crews begin transporting a large transformer from Laramie to Medicine Bow. This is the quintessential super load, if you'd have it. It'll leave the rail yard in Laramie this morning, expected to reach I-80 at the Snowy Range on-ramp. That'd be about the mile marker 311, about 10:30 a.m. Of course, there's Central Time, right? 10:30 a.m. This is going to be a slow-moving super load moving west along I-80 to ultimately the truck parking area at the 307 mile marker. Then, starting about 5 a.m. tomorrow, July 1, that superload will leave the truck parking area and travel for about 2 hours on I-80. If you can't find an alternate route and you find yourself stuck behind this superload, trust me, it's going to be a slow go, and expect some extensive backups. Yeah, the transport dimensions. This thing's 17.3 feet tall, 26 feet wide, 385 feet long, weighing in at 1,484,000 pounds. It will be blocking both lanes of travel on I-80. Top speed on clear stretches of highway, maybe 25, 30 miles per hour, dropping down to 10 miles per hour over bridges, so be aware. That'll be a slow go to get caught up behind All right, we'll close out on Monday. Enjoy your day, the greatest day of the week. When we come back at the midnight hour tonight, hard to believe, July 1 will be upon us, but we will be back here live with you once again for our next edition of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah,